It's a Wednesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
50 degrees right now. Going to get up into the mid-50s, maybe diddling 60, depending on where you are, but cloudy all day. Doesn't look like it's going to rain at all.
No, I think we got a nice stretch coming.
We got that going for us. All right. I need your opinion, and I might need the opinion of everybody listening.
Well, what's the matter?
So my wife told me something last night that bothers me
Oh, all right.
on several levels.
Okay.
Wives can do that.
Well, no, it wasn't anything she did.
Yeah.
So she had a work thing she had to go to a couple nights ago, and I haven't really seen my wife. We've been running around doing the kids thing, whatever, And she goes, I ran into someone you know the other night.
Yeah.
So it was a restaurant thing, and she was waiting for like this thing to start that she had to do for work, whatever. And she's standing at the bar, and this guy, who I guess I would describe as an acquaintance, but someone I've known for a long time, approached my wife and started talking to her.
Yeah.
And the way that my wife is describing him talking to her, it is very obvious that he was hitting on my wife.
Oh.
Now, I know this guy personally.
And he knows your wife.
Now, see, that's just it. As I'm racking my brain as she's telling me this story,
Yeah.
I don't think this guy's ever met my wife.
Oh, okay.
So he's completely unaware that that is my wife. Yet, he is hitting on her. Also, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think this guy is single.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, so how did your wife know that you knew each other?
Well, because he brought up what he did for a living.
Okay.
And she
So
goes,
she put the puzzle pieces
Yes, she
together.
goes,
He didn't
Yeah.
say, "I know your
no,
husband."
she goes, oh, you might know. And then she brings up a couple of names, including me. So he tried to buy her a drink. He approaches her, starts talking her up, saying some things,
Yeah.
tries to buy her a drink. And that's when he starts talking about himself. Here's what I do.
All right. Guys will
wife,
do that.
My wife puts two and two together. She says that. She says my name. And the dude goes, oh, yeah, I know him. Nice to meet you. And peels off like a jet going out of
Alright.
formation.
So once he
Right.
figured it out.
The dude was obviously hitting on my wife.
Sure.
Okay, now, he is unaware that's my wife. I'm almost positive.
Yeah.
So he's not doing anything personally offensive to me.
No.
But I'm also aware that you may not be a free and single man. And how dare you? How dare you? I don't care about your personal life. With that going on, hit on my wife that you don't know is my wife. I don't know how to feel right now.
So you're
Oh, okay.
offended that somebody that isn't single would hit on your wife.
I don't know how to feel, but I know I should be mad, but I
Okay.
don't know why I should be mad.
Well, he's just giving you another layer to be pissed off at.
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
that he's married, maybe.
Right. It's the combination of all of it.
Also, my wife is wearing her wedding ring. She's got her wedding ring on, so
It does amaze me.
And you sunk
because
about $60 into that thing, so it's a shiny one.
I love how you're making a joke, but that's actually
I know.
100% accurate.
I know.
it does amaze me.
Where'd you get
because-
it? Like the mall?
My wife,
But like the low mall?
my wife picked it out at the Macy's at Eastview Mall. It was on sale, and she had a coupon.
But you would think, like, especially after a certain age, like that's like just the first thing you look for when you approach somebody, right? Like you see if they're wearing a ring,
Yeah.
man or woman, whoever it is. Like I know, like my friends that are single, like that's the first thing they look for is he wearing a wedding ring. So it's
But I
almost
don't
like,
know if guys do that.
but I would
I
think
look.
like at
You don't?
yeah, I think
You're a good boy.
No, it's not even
There's
about.
also some bad boys out there.
Okay.
so. It's like it's almost like you're doing it on purpose because it's an obvious thing that
Yeah.
tells you whether or not somebody's married.
Unless this guy, again, like I haven't talked to this guy in maybe a year or two.
All right.
So maybe he is out of the relationship he
Could
was
be.
in. I don't know.
All right.
But like it almost feels to me, knowing this guy a little bit, that he was looking for a woman with a wedding ring as a mutual destruction kind of move.
Oh, okay.
Do you get
All
what I'm
right.
saying?
Yeah.
You know, if she's into
Gotcha.
this, I'm married, she's married,
Right, we're
I'm
cool
with
here.
somebody, yeah, everything's going to be just fine. So like I don't know if I should be upset. And like part of me wants to call the guy and be like, yeah, what the F, man?
No, but he didn't know, probably. So, I mean, and even if you say that, he's going to deny and say, I didn't know.
Oh, you call my wife a liar?
I was gonna
No,
say,
like,
You
I didn't
calling my
know.
wife a liar? On Ford, so?
you also don't want to look like you're being overprotective.
Yeah.
Am I being overprotective?
Yeah, because
Well,
your
no,
wife
if
can
you
handle
if you make
herself.
that phone call, it might look
Yeah.
a little controlling.
First of all, Only speak when spoken to. Second of all, no, I don't know. I mean, is it? But it's less about my wife and more about the personal relationship I have with this guy now. Like, bro, what the F?
Yeah.
What
But he
the
did back
F?
off once he found it. Once he
Right.
put, you know.
He peeled off.
But
Yeah.
that makes him more scummy because like I almost would have preferred him to like sit and be like, oh, now let's talk about your family, because that gives me the gray area to believe he was just being a nice person. Right?
Yeah.
If he would have stayed and continued the conversation and still offered to buy my wife a drink.
So
and,
you wanted him to stick around?
well, but
I mean, the guy can't win here.
Yeah.
no. Here's the thing.
All
See,
I'm saying
this is
is
very confusing. If my wife would have told me
Yeah.
that, he came up and approached me and he talked to me and blah, 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 and he offered to buy me a drink, and then we made the connection, and he was like, oh, how's Pat doing, or how's this, and how are the kids? In that way, at least there would have been doubt in my mind that he was trying to hit on her in the first place. He was just being a friendly guy when he made the connection. Oh, we're just talking. That happens.
Yeah.
You run into people who know your spouse. You start asking questions. Hey, how's everybody doing? Blah,
Sure.
blah, blah. The fact that the second the connection was made, he was like, deuces, lets me know he's being a scumbag.
Yeah.
Right? That makes me angrier. If he would have stayed,
Yeah.
then you have the ability to be like, no, I was just talking to somebody, which I can't be like, no, you weren't, you liar. You lie. So I don't have a right to be mad.
Oh, you listen, you have a right to be wherever you want, man. It's just like,
Okay,
to me,
don't be
you're not
that
that
guy.
tight with this person probably. It doesn't sound like you know him that well. I mean, you know him, but
No,
it's not
well
like you
enough.
hang.
No, well enough, man. No,
You know what I mean?
don't
He's
have
not in your circle of people.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
He's not. Even if he was. See, here's a circle. You're out. You are out
I
of the
would,
circle.
if I were you, I would have seen it as almost like a sign of respect that he backed off so quickly.
Right.
Well, hey, thanks for not trying to have sex with
he
my
ran-
wife.
well-
That's a lot of respect.
Well-
hey, man, really appreciate you trying not to take
But
your
it's not
genitals
like
and
he's-
put them near my wife.
But it's not like he stuck around thinking like, oh, I'm going to, I have a chance if that's your husband.
Well, I mean, come on, though.
But I do guys that, were back in the day would hit on chicks that they obviously knew that they were married, that they worked with, and they would try to work that system.
But how does that work out in the end?
Not good, but they don't care. I mean, they don't really. I mean, they just want to get laid.
They don't see the consequences.
They don't even care about the consequences. They're just pieces of crap. They don't think that way. I mean, they just think like I got to nail that.
But okay, let's break down that thought process there. And again, we're talking about my wife. She tells me last night that a couple nights ago, she had a work thing. She's waiting for it to start at this restaurant. This guy approaches her, starts talking her up, offers to buy her a drink. And what she's describing, he's hitting on her. He's hitting on my wife. She realizes as he describes what he does for a living that we know a lot of the same people, including me. I know the guy. He's an acquaintance of mine. When she brings me and these other people up, he goes, oh, yeah, I know him. Bye, and just walks away.
Yeah,
like, it's obvious.
He bolts.
Yes, exactly. He's gone. He's out of there. Like, if this guy with my wife wearing her wedding ring walks up to my wife, sees that, and goes, I'm going to go for it anyway. Rochester is a very small town city, right? Like, you brought up guys working together, right? That's insane. That's not going to work. There would be no way in this town. Think of what the moons that would have to line up. My wife would have to be willing to cheat on her husband, right, in that moment. She would have to find this man attractive.
Yep.
She would have to be not repulsed by the fact that he was hitting on her despite the fact that she is married, which I think a lot of women would have a problem with. Is that a fair statement, right?
That's like napalm.
And then once you get past all of that, you would have to be so into him that I'm going to risk everything I have with my spouse. And in doing all of that, neither of us get caught doing this. What the hell makes you think that's going to work?
They probably won't. That's why a lot of this stuff blows up.
So your mic's off.
Yeah, but just like the whole approach to the situation. Like, has it worked for you once where you felt confident enough to do it? For it to be like a regular thing that you do?
Maybe. I don't know. Unless guys are so stupid, we just keep running our heads into these brick walls.
Hey, there you go. It's a lot of it.
Here's the other thing that bothers me. This guy's a little bit older. You thought you had a chance with my wife, bro? Like, that's the other thing kind of pisses me off. Like, I mean, I know what you look like. I know your thing. I know your whole. You thought that she was going for that. Come on,
But
man.
couldn't you have that opinion no matter who hits on your wife? You know what I mean?
No, there are some good-looking guys where I'd be like, okay, look, I get it. You got a shot
All right,
here.
all right.
You're better looking than me. I'm not a handsome man. It's rare that I get to stand up and be like, I'm better looking than that guy. But I know I'm better looking than this guy.
Right.
How dare you? How dare you? 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Ben. He's on CMF. Hey Ben, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
So, take at a very base level, aside from knowing this dude at all, if it was just some random guy that was hitting on your wife, just take it as this. Your wife is still hot enough that dudes are willing to hit on.
Okay, I'm going to say this, and this is going to sound bad, but I don't mean it the way it's going to come out, because my wife is a beautiful woman who I love very much.
Oh, man, be careful what you
Maybe
say here.
Hot's the wrong word, baby.
No. Well, okay.
Attractive enough.
This is weird. What I'm getting at is, no matter how attractive a woman is, there is a man who will hit on her at a bar. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, if you knew my ex-wife, I totally agree with that statement.
Ben, for God's sakes, man, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. Don't start off
I don't care.
on the wrong side of the bed. Ben, great to talk to you, buddy. Thanks for the call. I really appreciate it. No, like my wife is a beautiful, beautiful woman. But like that argument, well, she's still hot enough to get hit on. Every woman is hot enough to get hit on. There is someone that is getting hit on every single woman if she stands by herself in a bar long enough.
I'm going to let you enjoy that one.
No, I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong?
I'm over.
Even Kimmy, if she stood by herself long enough, is going to have a guy try
Why
to
you
pick
got to
her up.
hurt Kimmy?
Oh,
for?
why I got to hurt Kimmy? Why I got to hurt Kimmy?
Why?
Think about the women that we walked up to in bars back in the
all
day.
of them.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like eventually, just was like, all right, fine.
Some turned out weren't even women.
That's how we met each other. So don't do anything further with this.
No.
Okay.
You can't. You're only going to.
Is there a chance?
It's done. It's already happened. It's over. Let it go.
Is there a chance that you run into this person
Oh,
again?
it's a statistical certainty that I will see this person again.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like I'm almost looking forward to it because he
But
knows.
what are you gonna say?
I'm not going to say
You just
nothing.
want to show up.
I'm not going to say nothing, but I'm going to do. There's that thing that guys do when they know and the other guy knows they know, but we're not going to talk
Little
about
extra
what we know.
PDA that day.
Hey man, like the hard stuck handshake,
Yeah.
super eye contact. Hey buddy, how you been? Great to talk to you. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna be curious too if the next time I see him, he goes, "Oh, I ran into your wife."
He's not going to say that.
Well, I don't know. He could try and get ahead of it, being like, "Look, man, ran into your wife. Just innocent conversation, man."
He could be that guy. I'm guessing most guys will just deny all of it.
Yeah. I mean, he's gonna downplay it for sure.
Am I a puss if I don't say anything? Is it more fun to say something?
No, don't say anything.
You're not going to get anything out of
No.
it.
I'm still
Because
kind of-
he's just going to deny it.
I know, but you don't want to watch him squirm a little bit if this was you. In
He
this
might just
situation.
squirm if he just sees you. You know what I mean?
I want extra
Most people
squirm.
do.
I want you to dance.
You have a habit of making people squirm.
Okay, I don't know why you're coming
Just in
after-
general.
This is why I don't ask you for advice. I come to you.
Listen, I know, and I know a lot of scumbags.
Oh, yeah.
And they're all the same. Like, there's no, like, if you try to put logic to why they do these things, there's no logic to it. They're just that kind of animal.
Okay, fine.
And they're kind of proud of it. I mean, I knew guys that bragged about it.
We'll see.
They're almost looking for the confrontation.
Oh, yeah.
If he's looking for it, he'll get it. You get it, man.
You don't forget, I set my sister up with horny corny.
Yeah, I don't get that. That was a married
Yeah, you have weird
guy.
family dynamics in general.
She got it.
Bro, it's a married guy you work with who had
It's
the
your
nickname.
sister.
She was looking for some action.
It's your sister.
You're not supposed to assist in that.
Well, first of all,
a sister.
here was the thing. Like, he didn't really care about his marriage, obviously, because he was out running.
Stop trying to justify it.
Well, hold on. And then she was looking for the,
Why can't you just let it happen naturally, though? Like, you didn't have to be the go-between.
Yeah, did horny corny need help hitting on your sister?
I just think he didn't realize
That your sister was a skank?
I think what I do is I put my skanky sister on the radar.
Oh, my God.
And by the way, they had a good time. And it's none of my damn business.
Yeah, it actually is because you put them together. You made it your business.
Now they're both in horny heaven. Think about that.
We have a dynamite work to get to horny heaven.
My sister's in horny heaven.
Gonna break it for you this morning here.
Couldn't think of anything that rhymed with heaven.
Yeah.
11. Sure. Bert Blyleven.
Is it baseball player?
Yes, it is. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Hate.
Yep. Hate mail of the week coming at you just after 8 o'clock. We got a ton of reaction to the story from 2 weeks ago when we found out that former Mayor Lovely Warren will be taking another run at elected office.
Yeah.
And first of all the people that wrote us, like, angry with us, we didn't suggest she should run again.
Yeah, she didn't call us up first.
Yeah, like, hey, Lovely would be a good idea. Try this again. We were simply relaying the story that was like front page news that day. But there is a letter that we got full of hate, but I don't know if the hate's directed at us.
Oh.
It might be more directed at the situation, and not just with Lovely Warren, but with all politicians, Tommy.
Yeah.
Because this man is wondering how, after a court case that caused her to resign from the mayor's office, she's legally allowed to run for office again. And we can actually fill you in on all the information there. But to all of these folks that take issue with the people that they have to vote for, right? Because some of the argument is, I look across this ballot, there's no one worth voting for. If anyone can run, which we discovered you can in doing research here, why aren't you?
Oh.
And we'll get into that and a whole bunch more just after here in the break room on CMF. But first, Tom.
Yeah.
There is a town here in our area that is getting a second one of these. It's a big old gym, buddy.
What, a gym?
Gym, always packed full of people.
Oh.
And can you make the argument, now that they've got two of these in one town, that this is the healthiest town in the greater Rochester area? We'll tell you which one we're talking about next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Kimmy, it kind of feels like there's a fitness renaissance going on in the greater Rochester area.
Okay.
Is it a fair statement?
Maybe.
Well, you see, like,
Renaissance.
well, people of a certain age, Tommy, are joining all these new crazy gyms that have
There
these
have been a lot of like specific workout type of gyms opening up, like smaller gyms, but tailored to a certain style of working out.
And they're opening up across every town, suburbs, inside the city of Rochester. But there is one suburb who is getting a second one of these, which means they must be the healthiest suburb in the greater Rochester area.
Everybody's getting ripped.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45, there is a county just east of us that has declared a state of emergency.
Yeah, buddy.
For a day that is still just over a week away.
Must be a big storm a brewing.
But this is the weirdest story ever.
I've never seen anything like this, man.
It's an emergency, but they're still encouraging people to come.
Yes, help us out with our emergency.
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. The town of Greece
What?
has opened up its second Planet Fitness.
Wow.
I know. So this new one is in the Ridgemont Plaza next to the Texas Roadhouse, so that's probably a problem. The second location they have in Greece is on Dewey. And if you've ever been to a Planet Fitness, you know how, A, massive those things are, and B, how many people belong to the Planet Fitness that you go to.
But they have they're a different kind of gym, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be non-intimidating.
Yeah.
For the average
No
Joe.
grunting, no spitting, no farting.
Yeah, they have what they call the lunk alarm. So if you make noise lifting weights or
No
running.
slamming.
Yeah, it
Right.
goes off.
Yeah.
Also, I think, don't they offer like free pizzas on like the last Friday of every month or
Not
something?
sure.
I thought you did a bit about that, where they had like a table full of like chow.
Yeah, I think they give you bagels.
Which
and
makes
stuff
like no sense.
Well,
but
it makes sense if you're running a gym, because if you get in too good shape, I don't have to go to the gym anymore.
Yeah.
So, with two massive Planet Fitness gyms in the town of Greece, and needing to open up a second one because so many people were going to the first one that they needed more space, that means Greece is one of the most in-shape towns in the greater Rochester area, right?
It's kind of weird because I think of all those Garagio gyms that are on the west side. Like guys have those rusted weights that were handed down from like their uncles that still have it set up. That's why the Trans Am has to be covered and kept outside all winter long. I wouldn't think it would be a need for it.
Wait, what?
Because everybody's working out at
No,
home.
but like, how many guys do you know growing up had those weight benches in the garage?
Okay,
that
Okay, you're
worked out?
assuming though the guys that work out in their garage aren't also going to the gym just to be social.
Okay.
And here's the thing, man. I don't know how many people still keep the weight bench in their garage, get high, and listen to Zeppelin while they lift. That might be a thing of the past.
Even
So you're
if
thinking
it's
that's
there.
dying out. The Garagio gym is done.
I could be wrong. 252 WCMF. Do you still have the Garagio gym, the bench in the garage?
Yeah.
Because, like, and here's the thing. The guys with the Garagio gym, I never look at those guys as, like, fitness people. I look at those guys as, like, fat guys that want to keep their arms muscular. Fair?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I mean, usually they're Italian men under 5'9". They can still bench 300 pounds.
All right, so I guess I'll ask this question then. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you were to think of the healthiest suburb in the greater Rochester area, and we'll throw the city in too, which one is it if it's not Greece?
Well, Greece, I would say, has the most like large gyms like that, where it's like Planet Fitness. They have the YMCA, like the gyms like that. Whereas, like when I think of like a place like Pittsford, like they have smaller gyms, but they're like like those gyms that you need a membership because you're taking classes every day.
And the classes are always weird. It's
And
like,
they're usually geared towards women.
It's like either like whether it's spin class, Pilates, stuff like that.
They're always named after what
Bar.
you're going to be doing. Breathe. Thighs.
You're going to be doing thighs? Yeah, I'd like to go to that gym.
Oh, your mom's usually there.
No, I don't want to go anymore.
See, that's why I'm trying to give you a forward.
No, like, Kimmy, like those classes, like, hey, we're going to give you moon boots and you're going to jump around for 45 minutes. We don't know how this is exercise, but just
Whatever
trust
like
us.
trendy workout you could definitely find on the east side somewhere.
Yeah, if you want to be suspended from the floor, you want to go to Pittsford and work out.
So, like, when you think of the healthiest in-shape places in Rochester, do you think of places that have more outdoorsy people? Do you think of the towns that have really nice town facilities? Because, like, there are places that are building gorgeous pickleball courts. There are towns that have
That's true.
high-end gyms that are owned and operated by the town.
Yeah.
Right? There are some parks that have just endless basketball courts that always have people on them, or endless tennis courts that always have people going. Like, when you think healthy, Kimmy, the first town that pops in your head when you think the healthiest in the greater Rochester area is...
I was actually going to say the city.
Okay.
Because I'm just thinking where I live, there are 4 gyms that I can walk to. And like they're
do you?
about like medium-sized gyms. No, I don't belong to all those gyms. But I'm
Do you
just
belong
saying.
to any of those gyms?
Well, I did one and then it closed, but I think it's becoming something else.
Kimmy was so depressing working out, they closed the gym.
I liked it too. I was the only one there. But there are quite a few near me, and it ranges from like the $10 a month gym to like the most expensive one you could find.
Okay, Tommy, so when you think the healthiest people in the greater Rochester area, your mind immediately goes to?
I don't know if they're the healthiest, but like there's so much outdoor stuff to do in Pittsford, it's insane. Like Saturday mornings near, where they have that Dick's Outlet Center now?
Yeah.
There's like that open grassy area. You'll see 20 people out there practicing fly fishing. They have a fly fishing where you're just casting into the grass.
If only there was like a long, thin body of water in which you could practice in the Pittsford area.
I don't think you're allowed to.
Okay.
But that's a great point.
You also have a giant lake. I mean,
True.
Yeah,
But you're just practicing.
okay.
Then
Yeah.
I found something out that I don't think this exists anywhere else.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
Okay.
When you walk the canal in Pittsford, there is a bicycle repair station with tools,
Oh, I've seen
pumps,
these, yeah.
and equipment. I don't know what they spent on this thing,
like self-repair stuff.
but they're tools.
Yeah.
So I think
And they're all like attached on a tether
Really?
that they retract, and
No
you
kidding.
can work on you could put your bike up on this thing like you're in the Tour de France and work on your bike, and it's all owned by the town.
So I think that goes up and down the canal, and
Does
every
it?
town the canal.
What did they spend on that crap?
Who are the ad wizards who came up with this?
I looked at that thing. I go, that thing's got to be $10,000.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a great tool to have.
So
mean,
I think when you have stuff like that, you got to think like, all right, these people are out getting off their ass and moving around.
Okay, like
so I would say
places where there's a lot of walking or like
anything, bike
Trails.
trails, hiking, fishing. I don't know.
every town in the greater Rochester area is also loaded with trails.
Parks.
Like
But are they
Parrington-
using it?
Well, Parrington is Trail Town USA. It says it on the
yeah.
sign when you drive in there.
Well, you put a sign up, and you know it's right.
But what's funny about, like, you bring up the trails again, we're talking about how the town of Greece opened its second Planet Fitness in the town. Those gyms are huge. They always have a ton of members. Not to mention, Greece also has really good town facilities when it comes to pickleball courts and basketball. And
All
they
right.
have a disc golf course that
a
anyone
lot
can
of
use.
rec
Oh, yeah.
style sports. Yeah.
And they have the indoor gym, Kimmy, that they just opened up last year. that's
Indoor walking track.
free for all the residents to use. When it comes to like the outdoor walking places, it seems healthier for the outdoor trail people on the west side, only because on the east side, a lot of the trails lead to food and booze.
Yes,
Yeah,
they
that's
do.
true.
Right?
A
Like
lot of
Sho-
outdoor dining.
Yeah, like Shone Place is all restaurants. Fairport is all restaurants. I'm not so sure. I don't
You're
know.
taking a
Parrington all that
stroll
well.
with your ice cream in hand.
Yeah, like that's not, I mean, getting the walk in is good, but
It's a quaint stroll.
yeah, but
Well, okay. So you're thinking like there's like an uptick in physical fitness then? Based on all
it
that we
kind of
have.
seems that way. Like with all these gyms opening, they would have to be supported.
Okay. But where are all the physically fit people? Because I don't see a lot of people 35 and up that look like athletes.
Maybe they're in the gym.
Okay.
I don't know.
But they have to leave the gym at some point and show up at Wegmans, and
I don't know. You ever looked around and seen more in shape people?
no,
No?
they just look the same to me.
Okay.
Bunch of blubbies.
Bunch
They're
of
just a bunch of
blubbies.
flabbies.
Okay, but you only go to the Pittsford Wegmans, which would tell me then that that would not be one of the healthier places in the
Maybe
Greater
not.
Rochester area. That you guys are all walking to Aladdin's to get your Mediterranean food.
Who
And
don't
then
like
you're,
Mediterranean food?
You're walking down a Label 7 and slamming a couple of drinks, and it's all
Nice.
hanging around your belly. Can a town, to that point,
Yeah.
can a town have too many good restaurants for people to stay in good shape? Because that would knock a lot of towns out of the running of this conversation. Like Greece would be knocked out of the running because it's
You got
nothing,
everything.
and it's all Kimmy stick to your bones, delicious home style food.
Well, the worst one would be Henrietta with the Jeff and all those fast food. It's endless.
Yeah,
Every fast food that is available is on that road.
And now that I'm thinking about it, when it comes to gyms in Henrietta, like you got the canal or the river trail there, and there's people on that every once in a while. You got RIT that has those facilities there. There's a Planet Fitness. I can't think of anything more than that in Henrietta, like gym-wise.
Okay.
No, it's not very like walkable either. Like I was thinking like more walkable towns like Irondequoit.
Okay.
You are doing a lot more walking in general. Like I'm sure if you drive around, there's people walking and running at night.
And you got
especially.
Durand Easton Park there.
Yeah.
You can go do stuff there. Like, no, now that you bring it
Got
up,
the
maybe
lake.
Henrietta might be the least healthy place in
Yeah.
the greater Rochester area because you're right. You can't walk it. Not a lot
Yeah.
of gyms. All kinds of bad food all the time. That's not good.
Okay.
Bad
that-
food around the gyms.
Yeah, but that's what's even funny, excuse me, about these Planet Fitnesses in Greece. Like, surrounding the Planet Fitnesses are just the worst kind of things you could eat. Like, I would not be able to walk out of a Planet Fitness, smell the rolls coming out of Texas Roadhouse, and not get rolls and cinnamon butter to go. And you're across the street from the Denny's, right? You're right down across the street from that Mexican restaurant that's so good on Ridge Road.
You're probably not that far from that Chick-fil-A, right?
No, not at all. It's right down the street there. You got the mall right there with all those restaurants. Yeah, that would be really, really hard to do. Really hard to do. I wonder if people consider this stuff as they start to move into different towns. Is this town going to make me healthier?
Probably not.
I don't know, man. They say that health is more important than money. You can always get money. You can't always buy health, Tommy.
So you're thinking like I'm gonna buy here because I'll be healthier.
Well, like if I have more places to walk to,
right?
A
walkable town.
Well, like I don't know,
sidewalks.
Like, think about this. Like when we go out of town, like you go to like Toronto or take a trip to New York City or like a big city, and you get to walk around instead of having to take a car everywhere. You do feel healthier.
Yeah.
Right?
You're moving. Your ass is moving. You're breathing in good pollution, not indoor pollution, that good fresh outdoor pollution. I like fresh bus exhaust.
252 WCMF 2529263. Okay, so we have declared, the three of us agreed here, Henrietta the least healthy town in the greater Rochester area. Although Bob says not so fast, buddy.
All right.
He's on CMF. Hey, Bobo, what's up, bud?
Hey, so you guys were saying Henrietta is like the least healthy, but you never mentioned the gigantic Y, the brand new one that's down Jefferson that has.
That's more Pittsburgh.
That's the Pittsford Y, Bob. That's the Pittsford Y, buddy. I'm sorry.
Really? What about the golf course or MCC?
Okay, no, I mean, like you got the hockey rink there. You got the hockey rink. You got people doing that.
That seems it's more for kids, right?
Yeah.
And MCC it's for the college kids.
Bob, are you from Henrietta? Did we hurt you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Oh, is this Fat Bob? Fat Bobby.
I mean, Bob, but think about it. I live in Henrietta, too. I can't walk anywhere, man. Where can we walk to?
I guess you could walk to McDonald's on Jefferson.
Bob, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Take care. No, like even my wife and I, we decided to do the lame couples thing and go for a walk on Monday night. And like we realized we're just walking around a bunch of different houses.
Yeah. That's all it is.
Like when I grew up in Gates, like there were places to walk to. We lived on Shiloh Avenue. We could walk.
You had a
You're
destination.
kind of isolated. Like you're isolated to your, neighborhood, basically.
A good pointless walk.
Yeah. What am I going to do? Walk to the 7-Eleven and get a Slurpee? All right, let's take a break. The further you get out in the sticks, the harder it is to walk anywhere.
Yeah, it's tough.
That might make you less healthy. And one Stixie County just east of us.
Stixie?
Well, they got themselves a situation.
Like you want to cut this area a break, and then they do this.
Well,
they go all in on being what people tease them about.
So here's the thing. The logical reason they are doing this makes perfect sense once it gets explained. However, it is strange that they are preemptively declaring a state of emergency for an event that they are still encouraging people to come for.
And I never heard of I thought a state of emergency had to be an actual emergency.
Well, this could actually turn out to be an emergency if they
like
don't declare
weather something, right?
We'll explain everything.
Fire?
Fire? Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We're a little over a week away from the big Eclipse event.
Ooh, boy.
And we're seeing local officials take big steps to ensure that there isn't some massive problem with all the folks expected in our area that day.
Yeah.
But when it comes to being prepared, one local government takes the cake. Because this celebration, they're looking at it as a legitimate emergency.
A state of emergency.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, there are those who say you have to keep your work life and your home life separate.
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
It's a key to a good relationship. Well, that's going to be tough for one couple in our area who is now opening a second business together. We'll tell you about the businesses that they have.
Oh, a couple business.
Yeah, you got it. But how the hell do you make a relationship work when you're running a business together?
Especially like that, yeah. That's tough.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So Wayne County is one of 5 counties in the state of New York where the entire county will be in the path of totality.
By the way, can they make it sound more ominous?
Totality.
The path of totality.
Totality.
State of emergency. Emergency.
The totality of the eclipse. And because of that, folks in Wayne County are worried that the population could increase by 50%.
50%.
So, in anticipation of the swell of humanity that is about to descend upon them, Wayne County has declared a state of emergency for Eclipse Day. So, story on 10 NBC says the county is expecting 50,000 people to come in from out of town.
So it'd be like Bills game.
Yeah, that's what they actually compared it to on 10
They
NBC.
showed the Buffalo Bills in the report.
They are worried about all those people getting on 104 at the same time to leave, which, by the way, great news for Warbuckers. 10 NBC.
Or bakers.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
10 NBC talked to a similar-sized community in South Carolina who dealt with this the last time.
They're still trying to recover.
The police chief in that town said the traffic was so bad at one point.
How bad was it?
That people just got out of their cars and were walking around the road like it was Woodstock. Wayne County has decided to declare the state of emergency for traffic reasons.
Okay, so what does that do?
They say the declaration allows them to close roads or turn 2-lane highways into 1-lane highways as they see fit.
Okay.
So that's what the state of
Get 'em
emergency
out.
does. Yes.
Okay.
And they say the state of emergency will kick off in Wayne County noon on April 8th, the eclipse day, and will be lifted when they decide it's done.
Right.
Do you think this makes them look like little bitches?
It's like an overreaction, man. Because it scares people for no reason. Like, if you're going to change the lanes, okay, that's a state of emergency.
Apparently, that's what it takes. Like, they explain it. It's easily explained.
If it helps people get around that day.
Okay, but you don't need a state of emergency to do. I guess that's my
no,
point.
actually,
like,
they do. That's what they're saying.
Like they tease this thing on Channel 10, and then they send Berkeley Breen, their investigative reporter, to sit out with this guy on a picnic table by the lake, and he's holding a sheet of paper. Like, he's not even in the guy's office, like showing me like something on a computer.
Little scenery.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you a question.
Right.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF 252-9263. There's been a lot of people lighting up Wayne County for doing what you're doing.
Well, because it seems
prepared.
a little much.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Because we're not under a state of emergency.
Not yet. Bum, bum, bum. Is it on Wayne County for doing something legally so they can help with traffic to ensure everyone gets out safely? Or is it on you for seeing the headline, thinking way worse, not actually reading the story, and then being like, oh, because you didn't know it was just for traffic.
Overreaction.
But it didn't need a headline. That's my point.
Well, that's more on 10 NBC than it is Wayne County.
Well, Wayne County had to issue the state of emergency.
Just for traffic.
Because, all right.
I guess
Traffic that hasn't even showed up. You don't even know.
Why is it a bad thing to give people a heads up?
That's fine. Coming up, here's a heads up.
Yeah.
You tell me state of emergency, I think some bad crap is going down. Or they're expecting like massive problems, which, by the way, they don't even know how many people are showing up.
See, that's how I know your argument is done, because
that's
you
how
fall
I know
back
it's
to that.
absolutely going to happen.
Bro, this is going to be I'm going to predict this.
Okay, please.
Here's the state of emergency from the break room.
Yeah.
This thing is going to be a massive flop-ola.
Okay.
Hundreds of thousands of people in caravan of gawkers that are going to show up.
So you don't think this many people are coming in general?
Despite the fact that hotels and Airbnbs are sold out.
Okay, those
and
are
they
sold
have
out.
like history of other places that have gone through the same thing.
Yeah.
which are way more accessible by big cities.
What was the name of the town in South Carolina?
Yeah.
South Carolina's got 7 major
What was the name of the
metropolitan
town
areas.
that they talked to yesterday?
I think it was Greenville. What was it?
It wasn't.
Spartansville?
Keep naming towns, buddy.
Jacksonville?
I've been everywhere in
Jacksonville,
South Carolina, man.
Oh, it was Gatortown. Copperhead?
I just don't know. Yeah, Copperhead Road. I just don't know why you get so
Because
defensive.
it's every night.
No, I'll tell you why. Because you didn't read the story, which is fine. Like, if we would have done this break and you go, this is stupid, and I go, oh, it's for traffic reasons, and you go, oh, okay, that actually makes sense. That would have been fine. But I tell you what the reason is, which is perfectly reasonable.
Okay.
For Wayne County, and you still go, yeah, but I feel stupid, so I'm still going to be mad.
And I'm pretty sure even if you didn't do this change of direction,
Yes.
people figure their way in and out just fine.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
not going to get backed up for miles.
Okay, all right, man. So you're telling me that you, with absolutely no experience
Yes,
in this,
none.
no better
No.
than the folks who run these communities who have been in contact with these other places that have gone through it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm going to say it's a non-emergency event.
Okay. So we have two folks sitting on hold, and I'm going to read you what the description says in each, because Kimmy could write in a box.
All right.
We're talking about the state of emergency declared by Wayne County for Eclipse Day. They say it's going to start at noon, that it'll be over when it's done. Right? And they're doing it just for traffic, according to the story on 10 NBC. They'll be able to change lanes, make them one-way, two-way, whatever they want to do, because they're concerned that 104 is going to get backed up to the point where people aren't moving. So Caleb's on hold, and it says, Pat, you're wrong. And Austin's on hold, and it says, Tommy, you're wrong. So let's start with Caleb. He's on CMF. Hey, Caleb, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Pat, so firstly, you're going to hate me for this, but I just got to correct you on one thing real quick. I grew up in Williamson.
Okay.
Or Baker.
Okay. Well, actually, Jordan, we had this conversation the other day, and I said that I've heard both, but go on, Caleb.
Secondly, like, I do kind of agree the whole state of emergency thing is a little BS, but at the same token, it's Wayne County. Nothing happens out here, and nobody comes out here. So, like you said, you have the equivalent of a Bills game coming out here. Like, it's going to, like, people are freaking out, dude.
Okay. All right. You know what is happening here?
Coming into our county, you know, they're drivers. They want to look at the sky.
What?
And I assume some are good people.
Nobody knows how to drive out here either.
Oh,
so they
my
got all
God.
this extra traffic. They're freaking out.
All right. Look, Caleb, Tommy, everyone who's writing us on
And half our
Facebook,
stop signs have been shot out.
mad about the state of emergency. You're mad about the state of emergency because every movie you see, the state of emergency is like an alien has shown
Yes.
up. You just don't know what a state of emergency is.
It didn't even sound.
Yeah, maybe.
Didn't even sound like a legal state of emergency.
What does that even mean? You mean that the guy who, Caleb, thanks for the call, the guy who runs the county declaring a
I
state
think
of
he's
emergency?
throwing his state of emergencies
so
around
funny.
a little nonchalantly.
Okay.
Because if you were stuck in traffic due to the eclipse, you'd be like, why don't they do something about this? How did they not see this coming?
So here's the funniest part about the story. I will give you this. Again, talking about Wayne County, they're declaring a preemptive state of emergency for Eclipse Day, and they say it's only so they can make sure traffic is okay. They can change two-way, one-ways to two-way, all this stuff. Despite the state of emergency, folks in Wayne County don't want to discourage anyone from coming to Wayne County for the
Well,
eclipse.
what would discourage you? I mean, the county's under a state of emergency. Why wouldn't you want to go pick that spot to go watch your sky?
10 NBC talked to the Williamson town supervisor.
This is the guy who set the park bench?
Yes. And they said, what does the word eclipse mean to you? And he said, it makes him anxious. They're anxious about all the folks that are
I
coming.
hear it steals your soul, and you don't get it back.
I think he's more worried about the people.
And my soul.
This has to be, Kimmy, the first we're happy to declare a state of emergency in the history of state of emergencies.
Yes, come on out!
Well, yeah, because it's something you can really prepare for. It's not like, oh, crap, there's a snowstorm coming and we have 24 hours to prepare.
Yeah.
You know?
Now, by the way, we sit here and talk about Wayne County, but they may not be the only counties doing this.
Under the state of emergency watch?
Yes, Orleans County and Jefferson County, way up in the North Country, say they're also considering preemptive state of emergencies during the eclipse, but they have nothing set in stone yet.
And also, the good thing is, like, once it's over, it's over. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like something that's going to last for days. It's going to be a temporary thing.
But that's what's so unique about this, Kimmy.
It's 3:30 to 4:30.
Well, and all the stuff that's going on during the day.
No, but I mean the actual event itself, it's an hour.
Yes, I'm aware.
Now get out of my county and give me back my soul.
But, like, We don't know exactly how many people are coming.
No, you don't.
We don't know where they're all going to end up going.
Right.
We don't know what they plan on doing while they're here. And it's not like this experience helps us plan for the next one. No one's going to be alive when the next one happens. Right. Name me another event like this.
This is so exclusive.
No, seriously.
I know.
It's like, we had the Ryder Cup, which prepared us for the PGA Championship that came here last year. Every Bills game or playoff game prepares us for the one to be better, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, most events you have prepare you for the next one, or you have experience with the one before. We've never dealt with this. 1925 was the last time it happened here.
Let's talk to those people.
Okay. What was it like?
Well, let me tell you something. State of emergency. We had a lot of people in this town didn't look like us. We didn't appreciate it very much.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Austin. Hello, Austin.
Hello, Duffy. So I got to correct myself here. I'm actually with Tommy. I realized after I told Kimmy I want to piss Tommy off that I'm actually on his side.
Okay.
He changed his mind.
So, Tommy, I agree with you. The state of emergency is kind of BS. I only see it that way because I grew up in a big city like Seattle where traffic is a daily thing and nobody bats an eye. And that's 5 lanes of traffic on I-5, gridlock for like miles on miles, and nobody worries about it like that.
All right, but let's stop. I hate people like you, Austin, and here's why. I come from a big city. We deal with this all the time. Yeah,
You have 5 lanes of traffic.
Yes, Seattle and New York and Atlanta and LA have the infrastructure to handle all of it. They have the amount of police officers in case something goes wrong. They have the ability to get an ambulance through certain places because it was designed for that. 104 was not designed for that, Austin.
Yeah, I drive 104 every day from Webster to Sodas for auto part delivery, just like Ben. So hi, Ben, if you're listening. It is. I don't see a problem. Why? I honestly think it's all BS. Honestly, there should be no reason for this.
You don't understand it, man. The town of Pulteneyville could collapse.
Watch it go down. And the fire department, which we both played shows for back in the day, because those are the kind of gigs we could book.
Yes, that's right.
It'll be a disaster. Austin, thanks for the stupid call. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of the day, buddy.
Later.
There goes Austin. Like, why can't people just admit you don't know what you're talking about?
These towns could be overrun.
No, I mean
with money. By the way, think of the money that's coming into your town, man.
You just told me that's not because it's going to be a big flop.
Well, if it's going to be 80,000 people showing up at Pulteneyville, and the pickle's going to be slammed.
Pick a side. Will you pick a side? Because no one's coming, Floppo. Take the money, guys.
Captain Jack's getting out of town. He don't even want to deal.
There are family businesses that will be overrun with money when all these people show up.
Oh, yeah.
And what are you going to do with it, Tommy? And every business in the greater Rochester area hopes that they will be one that has people coming in and drinking and eating and having a good time.
Man.
There is a couple who already has a very successful alcohol business on University Avenue in the city.
Okay.
And they are expanding to offer food right next door.
Okay.
But what they're selling, that's not the unique part about this story. It's how they run their business because, like you just heard, they're a couple.
I don't know how couples do this.
They're married.
My sister tried this. What a disaster. I'm telling you, man.
Maybe that's not the best example to use.
I know.
Could you own a business with your spouse?
Because think of that, you own a little business. It's like 24/7, man. You're doing this business.
It's your baby.
And it's nonstop.
We'll get into it next here at The Breaker on 96.5 WCMF. You have your work life and you have your home life.
Yeah.
And experts will tell you it's important to keep those two things separate.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there are folks telling me you simply can't do that. In fact, one couple from our area is about to start a second venture where not only will they be husband and wife, but co-workers as well. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. If you're looking for a new pet, animal lovers will tell you adopt before you shop.
Oh, yeah. Go to the shelters.
Yeah. There's lots of shelters around here where you can adopt a cat or a dog or something like that. But a story we have in front of us from yesterday. Kimmy, this is not an animal I thought that you could just go and adopt if you wanted to.
Is it an exotic pet?
I'm going to let you decide if this is exotic when we tell you what it is.
I thought you wanted one of these.
I do, but there's a reason I don't have one.
Okay, all right, fair.
Because I thought you can't have one.
Oh.
And I definitely thought a place like this wouldn't just give them to anybody. We'll tell you what we're talking about just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Kimmy, you're very familiar with Muller's Cider House on University Avenue?
Yes.
So for those who don't
Cider bar?
Yep, it's a hard cider bar. Hard cider bar.
I got you.
Okay,
So like years ago, that was the place my husband used to work at.
Super hard. Muller's Cider Bar is owned by the husband and wife team of William and Morgan Kellerman. And the pair had such a good time running the cidery, they're branching out.
What are they doing now?
They announced this week they will open Mood Burger Bar. Get it?
No.
Like what a cow says.
Oh, Mood.
Mood.
Gotcha.
Burger
Okay.
Bar, which will be a full-service restaurant, burgers, wings, shakes, and more in the same building that they have their cider place. The couple shooting for a May 1st opening, folks in the university neighborhood, very excited about this. And obviously, we in the break room wish them well.
Oh, yeah.
Who doesn't love a good burger and shake?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not the cidery or the burger place that's surprising about this story.
What is it?
Tommy, you think you could work with your wife?
No.
You don't want to think about it a little longer?
I'll tell you, because how I am.
Yeah, you don't really work well with others, period.
Shut up, I'm talking. I don't. And I also have a rule that I've learned over my many marriages that I have a work mouth and I have a home mouth. And when I leave here, I put my work mouth right over here by that microphone. And I don't pick that mouth up till I come back in here.
Okay.
And I don't want my wife to hear my work mouth. Because I know if I'm working with her, it's going to show up and she ain't going to like it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
So-
and you got the same mouth.
Yeah.
I kind of.
I don't know if your work mouth would fly in a lot of different work settings.
Oh, I realize that.
Yeah.
I realize that.
Yeah, but if he owns the place, he could use whatever work mouth he wants.
Sure.
All right, so you're saying if your wife came to you with a business opportunity where you guys are going to work together, you would look her in the face and tell her no.
Politely and gently, yes.
Okay. Do you think your wife would want to work with you?
I don't know, because sometimes, like, I'm always surprised, like, what, you know, like, my wife wants to do things, and I know that they're not going to work out well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
And I don't think she's going to, I think she has a vision of what it's going to be like.
Okay.
But it's going to be like some kind of Hallmark couple running like a cute little bakery in a unique little Vermont village where everybody's cool.
Yeah.
And it's not life.
Okay.
So
Kimmy,
no.
All right, well, I get what you're saying. Kimmy, do you think you could work with your husband?
I think the problem is
We know the
isn't
problem.
I think the problem isn't going to show up maybe necessarily at the business between us, but it would be at home, because I just don't know how you transition from work life to home life.
You
I
don't.
think most of the arguments, I think we would work well enough in the place where we could be successful. I don't know if our relationship would survive that.
It's brutal because I tell you, my sister and her fifth husband opened up a small grocery store together.
So let's back that up just real quick. Now, I understand. I agree with you guys that this would be hard to do. But when you start the sentence with my sister and her fifth husband opened up a grocery store, maybe it wasn't a grocery store.
And he already, I should say, he already had this grocery store, a little mom and pop place.
Oh, so he already owned a business.
Yeah, he owned a business place, and it worked great for a couple of years. But they had a lot in common. One of the things was chain smoking. So like it worked great until it didn't. Like, to your point, you never get away from it. Mm-hmm. It's 24/7. Every problem you're going to talk about all night and all day. And I think it just wore them out.
I mean, so like to your point, as we talk about this couple owning Muller's Cider Bar, they're opening up a burger place next door in University. It is astonishing that not only that this couple has had the success with the cider bar, but that they're doubling down as husband and wife owners and trying it again with a new business, because it cannot be good for the average relationship to be put in a spot like this. And if you've done this before, if you watched your parents do it before, 252 WCMF 252-9263, what are we missing? Because like as I'm thinking here, first off, the decisions you would have to make for your business, there is no way that you and your spouse would agree on everything.
No.
And this isn't something stupid like curtains or where you want to go on vacation or what punishment you think the kids should have at home. This affects your livelihood.
Yes.
Right? It affects the jobs of the people that work under you. It can have long-lasting effects on the business that pays your bills. When you don't agree, how do you and your spouse find some kind of middle ground?
But you got to find the middle ground that makes best sense for the business.
That's what I mean, though. But
and that's hard.
Think about the arguments that you get with your spouse at home. A lot of times we just lay down.
Right.
If I believe this is going to hurt our business,
You got to stand up.
and that ain't going to work well, all of a sudden I've grown a spine.
Yeah. Especially in that business, like the food business, where it's constant. Like I can't imagine running two basic restaurants side by side at the same time.
Do you think it would hurt or help though? Like, let's say you both worked in the hospitality business. Let's say you met at work.
All right.
So you've been coworkers previously. I mean, you're both kind of experts in the area. Do you think that would help?
Well, but you still have different ideas, even if you're working at the same place at the
And now
same
it's
time.
But I
your
guess though,
baby.
maybe you're used to at least working alongside each other.
Well,
if you've worked before.
Let's go down that road, right? Like, think of all the time you would have to spend together. Like, you obviously love the person you're married to, you're with, whatever. It pains you to go to work every day and miss them for 8, 9, 10 hours. But that would be a breeze compared to potentially being by their side all day, every day. It would drive you insane.
Yeah.
And none of it would be quality time. It wouldn't be romantic or a laugh together.
No, it's busting your ass.
It's a coworker relationship. How could you spend that much time with your spouse every day? Right there. You see ya? Right there.
Yeah.
Right on your shoulder like a parrot.
So how do like certain cultures pull it off?
What do you mean?
Asian people come here, and you'll go to a Chinese restaurant.
Family business.
It's a family business. How the kids are doing their homework in the at one of the tables, and like
It does bother me. Like, hey, kid, look.
Indian people,
You do bring up a good point. Like
Korean
a family
people do it.
A family business in general is like everybody's involved.
Yeah.
I would think that is super complicated.
But they do it.
I guess it's possible there's a different cultural family dynamic.
It has to be.
Like, maybe we got soft when it comes to dealing with each other.
Or maybe we should talk to them before you open up a mom and pop business. Go ask them how they do it.
But you also may not like what they're going to tell you.
But you might as well hear it
Okay.
because it's obviously working for them.
Some of them. Although Chinese restaurants never close.
You show me one that's ever shut down. They don't.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about working with your spouse. This couple that owns Muller's Cidery, the hard cidery on University Avenue. They're opening up a burger place next door. They're going to own 2 restaurants as husband and wife, and great, it's working for them. Obviously, we're cheering for them. You couldn't do it.
No.
I couldn't do it. Dear Lord, everyone would end up divorced except for Kimmy. Maybe it's women. That's why they do this.
I
think
literally
they can
said
do
our relationship wouldn't survive it.
But you did say, I think the business would be fine. It would be the personal part.
I would I think my husband and I in a work setting would be okay. Just because we're both afraid to show too much in front of other people. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Like it wouldn't be like arguing in front of people or anything like that. But that's why I'm saying like most of the problems would happen at home.
Oh,
Or
yeah,
the arguments.
come out.
We get passive aggressive, Kimmy.
I don't want to work here anymore.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Eric. Hey, Eric, what's going on, buddy?
Hey there. My wife and I had a business for a while.
What did you? Sorry, Eric. Go ahead.
It was tense a couple of times because nobody understood what we did, and we had trouble getting people in the door.
Well, then you sucked.
Well, but that's not a
What a
relationship
suck-ass business
problem.
concept.
Eric, what did you do?
No,
What was
Nothing, obviously. No customers.
We had a meal prep business.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
You come in and
They're called tastes.
So we we had a great division of labor. My wife took care of everything that required having a brain, and I took care of everything that required getting dirty.
Yeah.
I did prep work. I washed stuff. She took care of the books and all the overhead and it worked out fine. I mean, it got tense sometimes simply because we, as it went along and nothing was happening, we were like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? But other than that, no, we survived it. It wasn't bad.
You didn't survive it, bro. You didn't have any customers.
But his relationship survived, is what he's saying.
So, Eric, like when you would have a disagreement at work about work stuff, how did you keep that from following you home?
It didn't. I went, yes, dear, and I did it, and that was the end of it.
Okay, all right. So you just laid down with whatever she wanted to do at work, is what you're saying.
Unless it was imminently impractical, in which case I would explain it, and she would, understand.
All right. Well,
it wasn't difficult because we had our assigned roles. We sat down. We figured out this is your responsibility. You deal with this, and as long as you have rules in place, it's not bad.
All right. Well, Eric, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. Maybe that's the key.
See, they worked hand in hand in destroying their business.
I understand why a couple of years ago a meal prep business would be odd to people. It's common now.
Oh yeah. They're all over town.
They are.
I know. I see the lady on TV.
But I guess, to his point,
I don't see her husband.
With his experience, the business didn't necessarily fail because they weren't on the same page. It just the business wasn't what people were seeking at the time.
I guess, like to Eric's point that he just made, right?
Yeah.
Like if you have the ability to have an open and frank discussion with your spouse about this is what you're going to do, this is what I'm going to do.
Okay, stay in your lane.
We're going to stay in our lanes. That would make it work.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I have that relationship with my
I don't
wife.
think most couples stay in their lane, especially if they see the other lanes on fire.
And the one thing I'm definitely would be scared of doing is to look at my wife and go, stay in your lane.
Right.
You see that lane over there? That's yours. See right here where we're at now? It's my lane. Stay out of my lane. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, what's going on, buddy?
Morning, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, my parents had a little diner in the city, and I worked there while I was in high school and just after. And it was tough working with them working together and me working with them. Like, me and my dad would butt heads, and my mom and dad would butt heads. But, I mean, the business, they've had it for about 15 years.
That's a good run.
But it is tough. Especially restaurant business, it's long hours. You're there early, then you go home, and you're basically with each other 24/7.
Okay, so all right, now just to answer Tommy's questions that he had earlier, what is your family's ethnic background, Chris?
Greek.
Okay, well, obviously you own a diner.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. All right, no, but that's another one that, you brought up Asian families, Greek families own these diners. Chris, what about the Greek family structure allows that culture to continue to open up restaurants and make it work?
I don't know. That's what, like, my dad was in the restaurant business his whole life. That's just all he knew, but that's what they did.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. I saw My Big Fat Greek Wedding. That's all I know about Greek culture. And I went to a Greek wedding one time, and that was really fun. The food was delicious.
Yeah.
Chris, would you say that your mother or father wore the pants more in the relationship?
My father. He was Greek. My mom wasn't.
Oh, okay.
It's a very macho culture, too.
Well, I don't know. I've seen Greek women go off like fire alarms, man. I don't want to mess with them.
I always Greek men just seem to be very macho.
Yeah, until their wife's around.
Oh.
You don't get ideas. No, I can do Italian. I can't do Greek. Hey, Chris, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
It's pretty much the same.
Similar vibes. Yeah.
I mean, they're damn near neighbors.
Both love olives.
Oh, yeah, and lamb.
No, but like now that as you bring up the culture thing, like Asian families, Indian families, Greek families, they own these family restaurants.
Yeah.
Is it the men in the family have the ability traditionally in these cultures to be like, this is what we're going to do? Or is it kowtowing to what the women in the relationships want to do also? Because I've also seen, there are some Asian women we know that are very powerful, strong-willed. This is how it's going to be, and you ain't saying nothing.
It seems like somebody's got to take the lead, whether it's the husband or the wife. Has got to be the person in charge.
Okay.
And to your point, like I know there's some restaurants here where the wife is the one. Her name is basically on the business, and the old man is just like taking orders from her.
I could do that, I think. I mean, I do that anyway every day.
Yeah, and if it flops,
Taking orders, you're saying?
Yeah, because if it flops, I blame my wife.
Oh, that's a good idea at home after the business shuts down.
Hey, I'm just taking orders, honey.
Why don't you work well with others?
I take orders. It was your order.
I mean, does it come down to who's like the more organized person?
Well, that would help.
Yeah.
You can't be like scatterbrained and think your business is going to work.
Like maybe, you know, I'm guessing there are a lot of opposites in relationships. The person that's just a more organized individual is the one that's going to set everything up.
Yeah,
for
but I mean-
success.
And somebody's good with numbers, too.
But you would both have to be organized because, like, I'm just thinking about my relationship. If my wife and I opened a restaurant, which my wife would love to do.
Yeah, she's a great cook.
Yeah, no, but I'm like doing everything I can to keep that from happening. She's the organized one, right? And I know eventually I would screw something up because I'm not organized. And that would cause friction.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like you both kind of have to be that person to ensure you're not enraging the other one and ruining the business for them.
Yeah. I mean, I would think one has to be submissive to
That's
the
a
idea.
terrible way to put it, by
Yeah.
the way.
You're going to have to bend over for the business plan.
Bend over for your business, baby. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. We're talking about this couple. They own the Muller's Cider Bar on University, very popular place. They're opening up a burger joint in the same building. This couple, married couple, they own now 2 businesses together. Tommy and I have both decided we'd be divorced. Eric says it was fine with his wife. Mike called up and said he watched his parents struggle doing it. I'm sorry, it wasn't Mike. This is Mike. He's on CMF. Hey, Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. What do you got, man?
So my wife and I, we actually, to Kimmy's example, we're both nurses' aides, which, you know, is basically medical hospitality.
Okay.
But, yeah, we worked together for quite a few years. Of course, we were younger, so they didn't like us working together, per se, you know. Like, 20-year-olds are going to get up to shit.
Whoa, okay. Yeah, you can't curse there, Mikey.
Oh, shit, I'm sorry.
Okay, you just did it again. I got to let you go. Mike, thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. Oh, my God. You know, we don't want to get up to shiznit. I can't curse.
Yeah.
Oh, shiznit, I'm sorry.
Yeah, double S-bombs.
All right, we're going to take a break.
All right.
You know, Kimmy is a big believer in if you're going to get a pet, adopt before you shop.
Yeah. That's what they're saying, yeah.
And
That's what they're saying.
They're out there saying.
They are out here saying.
Yeah.
But, you know, Kimmy, when you think of that stuff, you think dogs, you think cats.
What else are standards? What's left?
Well, you don't think this because the Lollipop Farm made a big announcement that they have adopted out these 2 animals. And first off, it's a little surprising that these get adopted out, period.
Yeah.
But it sure seems, based on the way the story is written, anybody could walk in if they have these and adopt these animals.
Oh.
We'll get into it
Okay.
next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Animal lovers will encourage you when you are in the market for a new pet. Adopt instead of shop.
Sure.
And there are plenty of places in the greater Rochester area where you can adopt a cat or a dog in need of a loving home. But it turns out those aren't the only two kinds of animals you can adopt.
What's left?
Well, according to this story, there are now folks in our area who are proud new owners of these.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Head to the contest page at WCMF.com right now.
What am I going to get?
Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see comedian Tom Segura Friday, September 27th at the KeyBank Center, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets for this show go on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Just after 7:45-ish here in the break room. You know, It was heartbreaking about a month ago when the Bills had to make a clean cut with a whole bunch of fan favorite players.
Oh, yeah.
The most devastating of those guys we lost signed with a new team yesterday.
Okay.
And it's really hard to know what kind of emotions we're supposed to have as Bills fans watching this happen.
Because you love the guy.
But I don't want him there. I don't want him anywhere but here.
Okay.
We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. So, story on 10 NBC this week.
What happened?
Lollipop Farm announced that they have adopted out Wilbur and Winnie, a pair of pigs that were brought to the farm back in 2020.
So these are full-size, big-ass pigs.
Big-ass,
like 300 pound
pigs. Yeah, they're full pigs. So the two came in as a pair, and the way the story is written, it looks like they're being adopted out as a pair as well.
Cute.
So they get to keep the little pig relationship going. Lollipop Farm says they're thrilled that they're moving on to their next adventure together. And in the story, there's a link for you or I or anyone listening, if we'd like, it seems, to adopt a pig.
All right.
Question.
Yeah.
Can anyone adopt a pig?
Well, I think they're really smart and really easy to train.
Yeah. No, he's not kidding.
Okay.
Like you could walk them, you could train them to do just like a dog, and they're really obedient.
Yeah, but
And
they're sweet.
And it's just a matter of like, if you don't care that there's a pig in your house, you can keep it in the house. Like it's not like it needs.
Have you
like
seen my husband?
It's not like you need a whole barn situation to keep a pig.
I don't know where you would keep a 300-pound animal in your house.
Well, no, I know that people have these 300-pound pigs in their house. I know there are people that have pet pigs, but I always assume they bought those pigs. Like
they bought them like little baby. Piglet,
yeah,
little
you got
piglet.
it. Like,
So like the pig's used to living in a house, you're saying?
Yeah, like does the pig, would it prefer a farm or like a lot of land for a place to live?
I'm assuming it's got to go outside and go to the bathroom and everything.
And like you said, there are people that have pet pigs. I know a couple people that have pet pigs. But we also learned here in the break room like a year ago, there are some towns that don't let you have pet pigs. And those pig owners are keeping their pigs as secret pets inside their homes.
Oh, secret pig?
Secret pig.
Secret.
Just you and I. Oink. Like, what does a pig want? Like, if a pig could talk and you could sit down with a pig,
prefer?
Yeah, like, what would you rather have? Would you rather have a farm to go run around and slop in, or would you have no?
It probably likes the warmth and the coziness of a house and food, like a dog does.
Right.
So you're saying
like once it's used to that.
Yeah, they get comfortable. I think they want comfort. I think they like the house.
Okay, I don't know, man. Like, I mean,
now you got an effing pig laying around my house.
And we just adopted an animal. Oh, come on! All right, Tommy, finish the sentence. A person who keeps a pig as a pet is a...
kind of a weirdo. Because you could just get a dog. Okay. I mean, I think pigs are adorable, but I don't want a 300-pound animal in my house. It'd be like me having your brother on all fours in my house.
And we're never doing that again. On a scale of dog owner to lizard owner, where does the pig fall?
Oh, they're high up. They're higher up than... like reptile person.
So you don't see pig guy the same as you see snake guy?
No. Pigs are adorable. But like those little piglets you see like on Instagram, you want to kiss them. They're so cute.
You want to kiss them?
Oh my God. What
like
the hell
people
just
cuddle.
You love baby animals. You're big baby animal
right,
guy.
but once that thing gets like
kiss him?
Arnold Ziffel size.
So you
that was a
also
deep cut.
you also want a donkey, right?
Yeah, I do like donkeys.
Where does donkey owner go?
Well, see, my niece had a donkey.
No,
But
I
it
know
was
there are
like
people
old
that have
donkey.
donkeys.
Yeah, but that's like now you got to have outside.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking inside. Like you shouldn't have. I mean, I still look at a pig as a farm animal.
Yeah, it is a farm animal.
And then to put it inside seems like a little much.
Like, can you train a pig to go to the bathroom outside, or is it just going to take a dump in your house?
No, I'm telling you,
Pig
like
dump.
they are easier to train than dogs. Like they are super obedient. They say they're like one of the smartest animals.
Who do you know who has had
No,
a pig?
he's right.
No, like
who
they.
do you know? Who do you know who's had a pig?
I don't know anybody that's had a pig.
Kimmy, who do you know who's had a pig?
I do know one person that's had a pig.
But anybody that's had a pig will tell you they are like the best things. They're like one of the best
No,
pets.
but I want you to hear the sentence back you just said. How many people do you know that's had a pig? None. But the people who have owned pigs will tell you, none of which I have met,
Yes.
that owning a pig is very easy
But
to do.
Kimmy can back me up on my vague statement.
So the person I know that had a pig also had 2 dogs, and the pig just kind of like ran around and did whatever the dogs were doing. So I don't know if they trained the pig or if the pig just like copied
dog?
everything that the dogs did. You know what I mean? Either way, the pig was just like a dog.
But you could take it for a walk.
Well, that's just it. Like, if I wanted to take my pig to the Park Ave Festival, is it going to be cool to, like, walk around with other people, or is it going to freak out?
You're going to be a hit. Like every kid's going to want to pet your pig.
Well, here's the
What's the problem?
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
Again, we're talking about these 2 pigs that have been living at Lollipop Farm since 2020. Wilbur and Winnie. Story last night that the pigs have been adopted out. They came in as a pair. It looks like they're leaving as a pair. But the way the story is written, and a link at the bottom of the thing, it seems that anyone could just adopt a pig if they want to. Like, they're not going to come and make sure you have a farm. They'll just give you the pig.
Yeah.
Like, I do wonder what the pig adoption process is like. But here's the thing. Pigs can also get nasty. So a friend of mine lives in a neighborhood where 2 different people have pet pigs, and they cannot walk them at the same time because the pigs hate each other.
Kind of like how dogs will do when they see another dog.
Kind of, yeah. And he describes these scenes.
But the odds of you having another pig in a neighborhood probably pretty low.
Say that to tell that to my
That
buddy
is
who has
weird.
2 pigs that are like 5 houses apart.
So they have to separate the pigs.
They have to call each other and let
Yeah.
them know when they're going to be walking their pigs, because there's been a couple of times where the pigs have spotted each other and they both freak out and try and get to each
What
other.
they need to do is have some kind of like registry so you know where these pigophiles are. So I know I don't come across one in my neighborhood.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What's the work that goes into keeping a pig as a pet? So you're convinced it's the same exact thing
I
as a
think
dog?
a lot of it, I think they go outside,
Okay.
they eat out of bowls, drink water out of a bowl. I think it's a pretty standard stuff.
Is a pig a family pet or a single pet?
I would think the kids would love having a pig.
Sure. But so would it would also be fun to have like you and your boys sitting around watching a football game, and then like the pig's wearing like a XX like Kyle Williams jersey.
Yeah, see,
That'd be fun.
not for the pig. I'm going to say a pig is going to be happier with a family than single weird gamer dude.
No, but single weird dude is going to be spending more time with the pig. The pig's going to get more attention.
Yeah, but you're going to be giving it the wrong food because you think it's a pig that'll eat anything.
Well, it will eat anything.
You know,
It'll eat
so you're
people.
giving it Krispy Kremes and Slim Jims.
Pigs will eat people, right? Have we seen that story before?
I think wild boar do.
Okay.
Because they have the tusks, and those things are nasty.
So you don't want to get a wild boar from Lollipop Farm?
No, because it'll kill you.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Derek writes, Duffy, any pet can be a good pet for any home if you know how to handle it, and pigs are some of the easiest. They just want attention and love. It's like having a dog. Okay, not every pet is a good pet for any home.
No, it's not.
We talked about how there are a bunch of people who keep chickens. Remember a couple of years ago? And a lot of those people have neighbors that are not fans of them having chickens, also having to secretly keep chickens because there are some towns that don't allow chickens.
And certain pets attract varmint into your neighborhood that you don't want, and chickens are nothing but coyote bait. So if you don't want coyotes, don't put a hen house. You're going to get fox too.
Kimmy, if your husband showed up with a pig, would you be upset or would you be excited?
I mean, I would love a pig if we had the space for it.
Got no space.
It would be really hard to have a dog and a pig in our house.
I can imagine having a husband that big and a pig. And you also have a full-size dog.
We don't have like a big yard. It would just be, it'd be tough. I'd make it work, but not ideal.
Like, would the average...
be like wall-to-wall ass in that house.
Would the average wife in Rochester be more excited for surprise adopted dog or surprise adopted pig?
I'm going to say dog.
I would think dog comes with less complications.
Because you're familiar with dogs and raising dogs more than pig.
But, like, I think if I brought a pig home, my wife would be excited, not mad.
Yes, she would. I think so.
Until he got into that garden and tore it up.
No, you're right. You're right about that, but we're not thinking about that. I'm telling you, if I came home...
Oh, they're adorable.
And I opened up the trunk and a pig jumped out, my wife would, like, be over the moon with excitement. I don't know how my dogs would feel about it.
Oh, true.
Probably not great.
But if you have friendly dogs, they probably just think it's another cool, like it's just a fat dog.
Fat dog? It sounds like a dead
fat dog out in the street.
Shut up. Oh, we got more Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Duffy, to answer your question, I'm sorry, this comes in from Ron. Duffy, to answer your question, I think pigs prefer outside. We had a pet pig that always wanted to be outside when my kids were younger. With that being said, he was just as happy in the house watching TV, hanging out with the family, and you can feed them anything. That doesn't sound right.
What do you mean?
Is there? Well, no, that's just Rod saying like he gave his pig anything.
You know what I'm afraid of with a pig?
What?
Gas. I wonder if they're really because like sometimes you feed your dog really good like fun food and it just starts ripping ass. I don't know how bad are pig farts.
You know what he's doing right now, Kimmy?
What?
He's comparing his fat friends to a pig.
Yeah.
All of the concerns you have
I know.
are also the concerns you have when your fat buddies come over to your house.
And I think they're almost
Eating
identical.
too much, farting too much,
Well, think about a pig.
talking too much.
I don't know what a pig fart smells like.
I have no idea.
Or sounds
I don't
like.
know. Dog farts are pretty smelly.
But they are. But you imagine packing that into a 300-pound pig on a pig diet.
Kimmy, can you Google how bad pig gas can be?
Like, do they sell pig chow like at the if you went to like Country Max or something like that? Do they sell the grain or something to feed your pig?
It's a good question. Can you feed a dog food?
Well, maybe. I mean, I'm sure he'll eat anything, but maybe for his diet and gas, you got to give him the right stuff.
So, as we talk about these animals that you can adopt, right? Like Lollipop Farm has all kinds of animals.
They got a horse.
Okay, but that's just it. Can I just take a horse?
I'm guessing you have to have the proper
well,
but
living situation.
I would have thought the same thing for a pig.
You don't need a trailer for a pig. You need a trailer for a horse.
Okay,
unless you're gonna ride it off.
Well, let's say I'm going to do that. I'm going to hop
What are you,
on.
one of the Cartwrights?
I don't know what that means.
Oh my God!
What?
You don't know who the Cartwrights are?
No, who are the Cartwrights?
The original Cowboys on television.
What year did that TV show go off the air?
I don't know.
Okay.
Early 60s. When did Nixon get elected?
Because I was born in 1986, so if we could just keep it around
we talk about old stuff all the time.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
You never heard of Bonanza?
Oh, I know Bonanza.
Yeah, Ben Cartwright. Who do you think ran the ranch?
I never actually watched Bonanza.
With his sons. One seemed to be older than him. That didn't make any sense.
No, but let's say I go down and they got horses at Lollipop Farm.
I think you've got to show that you've got a ranch or stable. Yeah, you got it. I would think something as substantial as a horse or a donkey or a mule, you would have to show you can take this thing home and be fine with it. So they don't want it back.
They're going to come to my property and make sure I have enough space?
They may. I mean, you have to leave. You have to rent a stable somewhere.
All right, serious question. Now, I know this probably wouldn't be great for the horse.
Yeah.
Not great. But if I adopted a horse with no farmland and I kept it in my garage and I fed it like chips, would the horse keep I don't know.
No, the horse is going to die.
How do you know? You don't know that. You don't
need
know
a
that.
Stable.
It probably, I would assume a horse needs a lot of care.
Yeah, and you got to feed it Pringles?
No,
where's it going to the bathroom?
I'll keep it in the garage. Well, yeah, I'll shovel out the garage when it takes a dump in my garage. I'll keep it in the garage, and I'll get on it, and I'll walk it around the neighborhood every once in a while.
Don't you have to change its horseshoes?
No, I'll do it in the garage. Right? People change.
You got to go to a blacksmith.
Yeah. No, don't you know what you do?
Yeah, I know what I'm doing. It looks fine. You get the thing in there and you pry it off.
I've never heard of somebody owning a horse in their garage in a your regular ass neighborhood.
Yeah.
No, can't do it.
But why would that be bad for the horse? Like if I'm taking it out and I'm walking it around, why is living in the garage different than living in a stable?
Now, I told you my niece lives in Philadelphia. Legit, she lives in the city of Philadelphia. Underneath her back deck is where she kept her horse and her donkey. Now she to your point. But it was like
it's like an open air kind of thing.
No, it was almost like a stable.
Enclosed?
Like you could close it up in the wintertime and stuff, and you go out there and feed it with the hay and everything. But it was right underneath their deck. They had like a high deck like you got at your house.
Sure.
But that underneath was a stable. But they were
There you
allowed
go.
to do that.
Done.
I don't know how legal it is, but they lived in the city of Philadelphia with those two.
Yeah,
damn
Kimmy,
things.
one time the horse bit Joe Frazier.
She doesn't know who that is.
She
Either.
knows who
Yeah,
Joe
I do,
Frazier
but why?
is.
I don't get it.
He's from Philly. Okay.
And he was on
gotcha.
Bonanza.
I
a
didn't
couple
know
episodes.
I didn't get the Philly connection.
From the fighting city of Philadelphia. He was in Rocky 1. Never mind. All right, so I guess pig is a more common animal to have at your house than we would have thought.
Well, you know somebody lived there too.
I know, and I have two friends that own pigs, but I've never asked them about the pigs.
Right, you should have a ton of pig knowledge.
I kind of, it's a little weird. Having a pig's a little weird.
Oh, sure it is. It's probably a little bit more work.
No, but
Yeah.
I'm saying I don't want to ask pig questions because I'm afraid of what's going to come.
You're afraid of pig answers.
Yes, and it's one of those things where it's like, oh, this is fun until they say something that you don't want them to say, and it's not fun anymore, and it's like, I wish I hadn't asked about the pig.
Right.
Maybe there's things you do with the pig.
My concern is the smell.
Do pigs smell?
I don't know.
Because they could just smell from rolling around in
Right,
slop.
depending on where
Yeah,
they
but I
are.
don't know if they sweat, if they just
Sweaty
stink.
pig.
Right. You had to bathe them.
Well, how would
I
you bathe them?
guess you could.
With hose and soap like a dog outside.
Okay, well, I put my dog in the bathtub. I can't
You ain't getting
Yeah,
a 300
that's
pound.
the thing. You can't carry that thing around.
You'd have to have one of those walking grandma showers that they sell on TV for your fat pig and your grandmother.
And do you just take
And
it to
then
the
your grandmother and the pig are in the tub together. You got to wash them both.
And you know what ends up happening?
What happens?
Get a half grandma, half pig kid.
So grandma gave birth to a half man, half boy, half pig.
Grandma gave birth to a half boy, half pig is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. How does that go?
Grandma laid down with the family pig in the hot tub.
Laid down in the hot tub?
Yeah, the pig drowned, actually. Kimmy, you know that was the first version of the Bonanza theme song? Written by Joe Frazier. Let's take a break. About a month ago was one of the most heartbreaking moments for Bills fans, really, of the last, decade.
Oh, sure. You lost some buddies.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you feel like you know these guys. You care about these guys, right? And one, as much as all of them hurt, one hurt more above all. There was hope that this guy would be able to come back and play in Buffalo this season. In fact, even the general manager, Brandon Beane, said we're not closing the door on bringing him back. That door's officially been closed.
Yeah.
And
I'm
here's
surprised.
What, that he's not back?
Just by the number?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, he is, when he's healthy, arguably a top 5 defensive back of the NFL.
Okay.
And Bills fans will always cheer for this man. So him having another opportunity is fantastic.
Sure.
But I don't know how we Bills fans are supposed to feel, because, Kimmy, there's all kinds of emotions happening in my body right now.
I think you got to be happy for the guy.
But I'm not I'm not super happy, because I don't want
Just
him
like
there.
regular happy, not super happy.
But I don't even know if I'm happy. We'll get into it.
All right.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This one hurts really bad.
What happened?
Well, any hope that this guy was coming back is now gone.
Oh, man.
And, like, fan favorite's an understatement with this guy. Anybody who has ever come across him will love him forever.
Yeah.
Anybody who has ever watched him play will love him forever. He kicked off one of the golden eras of this Buffalo Bills franchise. And even the head coach, in speaking about him the other day, was borderline getting choked up.
No kidding.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to get all hate all.
That's right. Hey, Mail of the Week coming at you. A lot of people reached out to us after we told you the story 2 weeks ago that former Mayor Lovely Warren is taking another run at elected office.
Yeah.
But there's one letter, and I think it's one of the few that isn't directed at us, the hate.
Okay.
It's more the situation. How can this woman, who under penalty of law was forced to resign from her job as mayor, run again?
Okay.
And if that's a question you have, why these folks that are running for office don't represent you, there's a simple solution.
Okay.
And we'll get in all of it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday it was announced that former Buffalo Bills defensive back Tre'Davious White signed with the Los Angeles Rams.
Oh, going to L.A.
It's a one-year deal worth up to $10 million. Kim, you said you were surprised by that?
I was just given his injuries and how tough, like this one he suffered recently, is to come back from. Like, I thought that would hurt his paycheck a little bit.
No, it's up to $10 million, so it's not guaranteed 10.
But I think it's 8.5 guaranteed,
like that,
which is still pretty good.
But
I mean,
when he's healthy, he's a top 5 corner in the NFL.
Yeah,
Guys
but he
made all
hasn't been
Pro
healthy in
Bowls.
2 seasons.
You're right.
You
So,
know?
obviously in Buffalo, Trey is a fan favorite. He is the goodest of dudes.
I didn't realize he's been around for 7 years now, too. Like, that blew my mind.
He was the first draft pick of the McDermott era, the first ever one. So he's part of kicking off the Bills into this golden age that we've been living. And the only reason he is no longer a member of this team is what Kimmy just brought up, the 2 major injuries he sustained over the last 3 seasons. This is head coach Sean McDermott. Earlier this week at the coaches and GM meetings, talking about how hard it was to have to cut Trey loose last month.
I mean, emotional, right? Because it's kind of like you can't believe it's what we're discussing, and you know eventually it's going to come just because of the lifespan of an NFL player, but it came way too early in my mind, right? And I'm sure in his mind as well. It's to me it's tragic in some ways because of the injuries, and had not the injuries occurred, who knows where his time in Buffalo would have taken him and us. I think he's one of the best defensive backs to ever play in Buffalo. I really believe that. He's all class all the time. And he works his tail off, and he's one of the best human beings I know. From what he came from and how he's not only lifted himself up, but lifted his family up, and the way he's lifted our team up over the years. It's just, to me, a very unfortunate situation with the injuries. And anyway, sorry to. It's sad to see him go. It really is. Him and his family. I mean, he got injured in the Miami game. A number of us went over to his house after the game, and
why are you laughing?
What do you say, right? I mean, especially after he had just went through it the year before. What do you say? And there's nothing you can say other than just try and be there for him. And that's how I felt when we were.
Pull it down.
Oh my God, man! The bridge collapsed, and they were talking about it yesterday. It was shorter.
Do you hear?
Then I went to his house,
it's
and I held his wife's hand, and I said, "It's gonna be okay."
That's legitimate.
You
human
living
emotion.
in this Miami mansion with all this money.
That's an emotion from a guy that never shows emotion.
Can I point out? I'm sorry, you're right, Kimmy. That's a valid point. That's emotion from a man who shows emotion. You are so dyslexic. You heard him say the Miami game, and you go, he went over to his Miami mansion.
I think he lives in Miami.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, I think he's a Miami kid.
Tre'Davious White is from Louisiana.
Yeah, but I think he makes his home in Miami.
Does he? So after the Miami game, the Bills flew to Miami.
No, they walked over to his house.
It happened in Buffalo.
They walked right down the street.
Isn't that weird? So they walked from Buffalo, where the injury happened, down the street to Miami. You idiot! Why is that funny to you? Like I'm tearing up listening to him talk like that. Shut up, man. That's his first ever draft pick.
He's a great guy, but
Shut up.
He always lit up a room, man. He lifted the team, the city, the entire nation.
All right.
Turn his
not
lonely
often-
eyes to you.
Where have you gone?
Tre'Davious.
It's not often that any coach feels that, or at least talks about how connected they actually are to a player that they coached. And I think that's such a unique bond between McDermott and Trey White.
And I don't think it's just McDermott. Let me put it this way.
Yeah.
We're talking about Tre'Davious White, now former Bills defensive back, signs a 1-year deal with the LA Rams yesterday. Look, we have been fortunate enough to be around this team, covering them for how many years now, right?
Many years, Pat.
And one of the interesting parts of doing that is we hear everything about everybody.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there are guys who have played for this team who you think are really good dudes, and it turns out they're massive pieces of crap.
yeah.
And that doesn't
Sure.
get out, but you hear stories from people. I have never, Kimmy, since Tre'Davious White has been here, ever heard a single person say anything even close to disparaging about Tre'Davious White. Everybody loves that guy.
Stand-up guy.
He treats everybody amazing. He was a valedictorian of his high school class. He graduated early from LSU. He's got a phenomenal sense of humor. He's an introspective,
Family
smart
man.
guy. Yes, he is.
He came
Lifts up a
in.
community, gives back to the community.
All of
He
these
does
things is
really.
true.
He
Loves
did
his
really
mom.
embrace Buffalo. Like that was the one thing that he did right away and never stopped doing.
Tre'Davious White Goalie Academy,
Yeah.
that was hilarious.
What was it called?
He did a video where he claimed that he could have gone pro at 18 as an NHL goalie.
Oh, really?
As a joke. They put him in goalie gear. And then afterwards, they did the Tre'Davious White Goalie Academy where he was teaching the Sabres goalies on the ice how to play goalie.
That's cute,
They
but-
produced T-shirts that said Tre'Davious White Goalie Academy where he was wearing all the goalie
How did
gear.
I not remember this?
Because you're an idiot.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Yes. I have a Tre'Davious White Sabres jersey. That's how
Well, that
big a
doesn't
deal
really
that became.
narrow it down for me.
He also plays a position that's easy to hate if you're the other team. You know what I mean? Like those guys talk a lot of crap, but like they probably talk the most crap of any other position on the field.
But every other team loves the guy.
And well, not that they love it, but I've just
No, they
never
love
heard
him.
him having like a huge problem with anybody other than like that Gronk, where like Gronk
When he
shoved
dropped an
him.
elbow on his head, yeah.
But like he's never really had a whole lot to say about anybody that's anything controversial or you
Well,
know
Kimmy,
what I mean?
I heard players would walk all the way from Buffalo to his mansion in
Oh,
Miami
my God,
to
they do.
talk to him about
Yeah.
it. So, like, Kimmy, you want to cheer for Tre'Davious White, and
Yeah.
you're happy he gets a chance to keep playing in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, you're not Kimmy. I can't think of a player over the last decade I will be more bothered by in another uniform than Tre'Davious White.
Yeah, but I think just
Fred
because
Jackson?
he is the way he,
He was
is.
like the heart and soul of that team for years. He was like everything Buffalo thought that they were.
But he had a career. Like
Right.
that, yeah. It's not like his career was cut short by any
Okay.
means.
Yeah, and he got to go to the playoffs with Seattle, which he hadn't done in Buffalo, which was nice. Like, he got a little thing there. Like, I was cheering for Fred when he went somewhere
Well, let me
else.
ask you this: if Tre'Davious goes to L.A., no injuries, he starts to lighten it up. Are you going to be pissed?
Well,
Because
no.
you could have
but-
had it here,
Right.
and you let it go, and all of a sudden he's great.
But you can understand why they made the decision. You know what I mean? Like, just, I don't think anybody's really questioning why they would let him go.
Sure. Yeah, and that's what sucks.
banged
It's,
up.
You know?
It's justifiable. Well, maybe. I mean, look, it's not out of the question. He rounds back into form and he plays the way that he was playing before. Just, do you want to take that risk? I get it. I'm with you, Kimmy. I'm not upset with
Yeah.
what they did. The situation.
It would be more of a surprise if they kept him
By the way,
or figured out a way to make it work.
well, but that's just it. Brandon Beane, earlier this week in that same meeting, you heard that comment from Sean McDermott, said that they hadn't closed the door on bringing Tre'Davious White back. So, like, there was that little bit of hope
Yeah.
that they would be able to make this work.
But
and
they were never going to pay him that kind of money, right?
no, probably not. By the way, the Bills will see Tre'Davious White at some point this upcoming
Oh,
season.
play in L.A.
Yep, the Bills travel to L.A. to take on the Rams. So when the schedule comes out, so we're going to see Gabe
Everybody,
Davis,
right?
yeah, Mitch Morris. We're going to see Jordan Poyer twice in Miami, and we're going to see Tre'Davious
Yeah.
White.
Wait, are they neighbors in Miami?
Yeah, right next to each other. You know what's
No
weird?
kidding.
Despite living so close,
Yeah.
Jordan Poyer never walked over to his mansion.
Why?
Well, because to keep tradition, he would have had to walk all the way to Buffalo and then
Yeah.
walk all the way back to Miami.
That's too far.
Just too much. Let's take a big, you stupid dick. It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. You know what that means.
You already started hating things.
I hate you so much.
That's what I'm saying.
But not as much as some people hate this woman.
Oh.
And look, man, I get it. Like, I understand, like, things ended poorly. And, not almost every politician has folks that are going to look at him and go, ah. But her announcement that she was going to try for elected office again set people off.
Yeah.
We got a ton of reaction about this. And one letter, which I don't think is hate directed so much at us as it is the situation,
Okay.
asked an interesting question. How, after the way things ended with her, is she even legally allowed to run for office again? And in the answer we found creates another question to all of you folks that are upset with the quality of candidates you have to vote for. And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We're getting into that dreaded time, Tommy.
What's that?
Politics taking over.
Oh, yes, heat up, buddy.
Presidential election on the horizon. You got Congress, you got your local races, and familiar names that are popping up vying for your vote. There is one name that showed up again 2 weeks ago that has a lot of people upset. And an angry question that one listener has is actually a good question.
Okay.
That might be harder than we think for all of us to answer. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. And about 2 weeks ago, we discovered a very familiar name in Rochester politics was going to take another run at elected office. Former Mayor Lovely Warren announced she is going to make an attempt at city court judge. Now, for those who don't know, Lovely Warren is a lawyer by trade.
Yeah.
She said in a statement she released 2 weeks ago that after talking with her family, she was going to attempt to collect signatures to get herself on the ballot for the upcoming primary. What made a lot of people angry about this, Tommy, is how things ended for her in the mayor's office.
It wasn't a good exit.
Yes, outside of the political stuff, right? Her then estranged husband did jail time for a conspiracy charge involving drugs that were allegedly found in the family home, something the mayor said she knew nothing about. But she had her own court issues. As part of a plea deal in a campaign finance case, she ended her mayoral term a month early, resigning in a weird situation that saw the city have 3 separate mayors in a matter of a month and a half.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Now, we got a ton of reaction to this story when we told you about it. Almost as if we called Lovely Warren and we're like, hey, you should probably run for city court justice. We didn't do that. We just tell you what happened here. But one letter, an angry letter, Tommy, makes this whole situation a little more interesting.
Okay.
Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck getting angry about politics. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
How is it that Lovely Warren is allowed to run for office again with all the legal wrongdoings she has in her past? Wasn't she barred from being mayor on account of what happened when she was in office? If there aren't, it feels like there should be laws against who is allowed to run for what, especially after things go terribly wrong. It feels like anyone that wants to, regardless of what they've done in the past, is allowed to just throw their name in the ring and hope that people vote for them. That's a bad system. It's a scary system, and it sets up crooked and unqualified folks to get positions of power and abuse them. I would sleep a lot better at night knowing there were people who could not run for office. The average person knows what is right and what is wrong. Why do so many politicians have a hard time with that? Sincerely, Dan.
Okay.
All right.
So he's not angry at us. I can handle that letter, right? We've had worse. To start with answering Dan's questions that he asks in the letter.
Yeah.
Really, the only thing that can keep someone from running for federal office in the U.S. is the 14th Amendment. That's disqualification because of an insurrection, and that's been in the news a bunch the last couple of months.
Yeah.
Outside of that, there's really nothing else. If you've been
anybody can run, right?
Yeah. Even if you've been in trouble, if you've been impeached from certain elected positions, that can keep you from having the same job. But convicted felons can run.
I could be a criminal. I could be a straight up criminal.
Yeah. In fact, there have been people who have run for president of the United States from inside jail after being convicted.
Can I be a murderer?
Yeah.
Straight up murder. Like they proved it. Murder guy.
Kimmy, can you Google? I don't know why you wouldn't be able to. Can a murderer run for president? The funny part about that is, as a convicted felon, you can run for president, but you can't vote for president because convicted felons lose their right to vote.
Oh, okay.
A little bit weird.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if you don't think if you have established the idea that the right to vote has been forfeited by
you don't want to hand that over to them.
Okay, but
I'll hand over the office you can't vote for.
Exactly. It's a little bit weird.
Yeah.
So in this specific case with Lovely Warren, despite the fact that part of her guilty plea was having to resign from being the mayor, there's nothing that says she can't run for office again.
And she's got a big name in town, obviously.
Well, yeah, but I mean, look, big name doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win an election.
No, but it may not hurt you either. I mean, listen, the woman's got fans. There's people that love her. So I'm sure. Everybody's got fans.
I love how those last words at the end. I'm sure.
You don't think she's got, there's a base of fans that probably thought she was great.
Let's put a pin in that because I think we'll loop back to it around towards the end here. As Kimmy is looking up if a convicted murderer can run for president of the United States, there is a sentence in the letter Dan wrote that I'd like everyone to hear again. Quote, "The average person knows what's right and what's wrong. Why do so many politicians have a hard time with that?" And I'm sure those words, Tommy, struck a chord with a bunch of people that are listening. Right? These corrupt politicians, these clowns at Albany, clowns in Washington, what a bunch of clowns. And to the folks that felt what Dan said there, I asked this question.
What's that?
Why don't you run?
No, you could.
If you're convinced that the folks in charge are sideways and crooked and they don't know how to govern, what's keeping you from throwing your name into the ring? Because all it takes is knocking on doors to get signatures to put your name on the ballot. And there are plenty of offices where you live that you may have a chance at winning.
Oh, yeah.
Right? For all the people, Tommy, that have a problem with how things are run, why don't we see more people decide they're going to step up and do it for themselves? Because we literally just learned pretty much anyone can throw their hat in the ring. Do people think, Tommy, they can't do the job?
They are wusses.
They're scared?
Yeah.
You think it's fear?
Yeah. It's easy to sit back and complain. To actually stick your ass out there and put your name on it for everybody to kick around, you're not going to do that, man.
Okay, but you say...
It's the armchair quarterback.
But you call them wusses. You're the first one to sit here and talk about these clowns on Albany. What a bunch of clowns. I haven't seen you run for nothing.
I am a huge wuss.
Okay.
And I am a known hider.
Okay.
These are my campaigns.
Try and vote for me. You can't find me. You won't be able to.
No, there's no way I'd sign up for that, man.
No, I'm with you. I don't think I'm smart enough to do the job. I
know I can't do the job.
Okay, that's different than being a wuss.
Well, but if I'm going to shoot my mouth off and say I could do a better job, and to your point, go ahead and run. You're not going to run because you're not going to tolerate that crap. You're scared.
But this is like a Mick from Rocky, like motivational speech to everybody listening right now. It's like, oh, you know what? Now I'm gonna run. Now I'm gonna do it. Show me right in your stupid face, Tommy.
Because that was my father, right?
Okay.
He could do everything better.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, he ran businesses. He was an administrator, kinda. He could have ran. And by the way, back then he probably could, based on his
wealth,
talent.
Yeah, and the ability to sell.
This stuff he could have gotten away with.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
No, I always find it interesting because, right, like, I mean, people love to paint this romantic idea of America and the founding fathers, and these were just regular people who banded together and said, you know what, we're not going to take it anymore. You're a regular person. Why not? And I'm not even saying this as like, I'm not trying to be confrontational here. I'm asking a sincere question, like, why don't you think you could do a better job? Why don't you think you have a chance of pulling something like this
Because you know
off?
what they're going to say?
What's that?
The whole system's corrupt. What's the point?
Well, then what's the point of complaining?
Well, I could do a better job if there was a better system in place.
I mean, look, I think if you feel this strongly as someone like Dan who writes this letter, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that takes time. You write this all out. And
Well, I
send it
think
to him.
people also, though, write letters or call or complain with the intent of, well, somebody's going to change it once they see this letter.
Okay.
All right. Yes, I'm going to point
Somebody
out
else
the
will
obvious.
do it. Yeah. I'm just pointing it out. I'm just making it clear.
But let's talk about that. And this kind of ties into when someone's having a catastrophic emergency. Like, for example, if someone is choking and there's a group of people standing around, somebody is supposed to point at an individual person and say, call 911. Because if you don't, they've done several psychological studies where people assume someone else is going to do it. It's the same kind of thing. If you think your country is choking and you're standing around in a circle watching it happen, somebody needs to point and go, you run for office. Or else we're going to watch the country turn blue and sideways and purple and red, and then they're dead. It's over. It's all done, right? I don't know. It's just weird to me. You have the ability to do this.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you take a chance?
And it's a free country. And to your point,
it used to be a free country.
But
the America I knew.
Like, I don't know.
When my grandfather was raised. Sorry, you were saying.
I don't know. I just can't imagine like you think. But to your point, anybody can run. But what's stopping you is that you don't have the balls.
Okay.
Or the qualifications necessarily.
But beyond that, deep down inside, you ain't got the balls to be criticized. You don't have the balls.
Yeah, no.
You don't have the balls to sit in front of a microphone and take the heat and stay in the pocket and keep delivering that message. Because that's the one thing, no matter if I agree or disagree with a politician, I am amazed at the ones that just stand up there and can just stay on point and take it and keep pushing forward. That's a talent that most people do. That's almost like a gene that you have that most people don't.
Well, to your point, like the majority of people can just run their mouths with their opinion, and they never have to defend it.
Right.
Right? Like you're never pushed back on it.
No.
That's why you end up in like an echo chamber on whatever social media that you're on, because you're seeing what other people you want to hear. And if somebody makes a point that makes you look like an idiot, you could just stop responding and disappear. Like it's over. Block them. It's finished. Like whatever ideas you have, if you think they're good, you're going to have to defend those ideas.
Yes.
You're going to have to make them sound logical. You're going to have to explain how they're going to work for absolutely everybody. So,
And when they don't work, you're going to have to explain that too.
okay, but here's the
But
thing.
I don't know if you'll even admit that they didn't work.
Well, no, I mean, how many people do we see admit that they didn't
But you'd
work?
have to stand up there.
Yeah.
But,
you know.
but everything you're describing,
Mm-hmm.
you're making it sound like a bad thing. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Every politician that's ever run or had an elected office, 99.9% have had good ideas.
Oh, sure.
And they've had bad ideas.
Yeah.
And they've had things that have worked, and they have had things that don't work. And if you don't have experience, you gain experience on the job because that's what America was supposed to be.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So why not run?
Come
Run.
on.
You
can
should
do it.
You should run.
Yes.
Or shut up.
That's not going to happen.
Run or shut up.
This country cannot shut up. We weren't built on shut up.
Well, you should run and change that.
It's in the Constitution. Right to not shut up. To
Got
run
that?
our mouths.
252 WCMF. We got off of the story from 2 weeks ago that a former mayor, Lovely Warren, is running for city court justice. At least she's going to try and collect signatures and get herself on the primary ballot. Dan writes us a letter asking how she's legally allowed to do that because she stopped being mayor as part of a plea deal.
Yeah.
Turns out we found out, short of insurrection or being impeached from an office, anybody can run.
Yeah, if you're the age, you can go, right?
Yeah, convicted felons can run for federal
Murderer.
office.
A convicted or imprisoned felon, it says.
Yeah, people have run for president from inside jail. That has
Look at
happened
that.
in American history. I mean, and the fact of the matter is this. Look, I understand that undertaking a political campaign of any size,
Game changer, buddy.
massive commitment of time.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have to be about running for office.
Like what?
How about just knowing who's in office? That would be a good start.
Okay.
For example, in November, there are going to be a bunch of folks who go into voting booths and start filling in bubbles for people they've never heard of.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem.
Well, you go down party line normally.
And even in this story with Lovely Warren, there are people that want to tell you if Lovely Warren is elected to office that the city's going to fall apart. Now, I'm not here to suggest that if she's elected to city court judge, she's going to do a good job. But to those people who think her getting elected destroys democracy, can you tell me who the current city court justice is that she'll be running against?
Oh.
Can you name a single city court judge that is sitting right now doing that job? Because if you can't, maybe you're overreacting a little bit. Just a touch.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Maybe? Like, if you can't name the person who's doing the job right now, let's pump the brakes on. The city will be on fire. And the fact of the matter to that, Tommy, the way this works, Lovely Warren specifically
Yeah.
has to collect signatures to get her name on a primary ballot.
Right.
She then has to win that primary, potentially against an incumbent who's already had that job, to get her name on the ballot for the general election. She then has to win the general election to get to this job. And Tommy, you said a second ago, I'm sure there's Lovely Warren fans out there. When she was in the mayor's office at the end of her term,
Yeah.
she was wildly unpopular.
Yeah.
So much so that she lost the mayoral primary for her party as the sitting mayor.
I understand. But now time has moved on.
Not that much time.
But people forget.
People don't forget.
And sometimes I'm always amazed as time goes by, if you were a fan and they go bad, how you kind of circle back around.
I mean, we've seen it happen.
We've seen it with some really bad politicians that got busted. And as a few years go by, they go, well, they did pass this, and when he was in office or she was in office, he did a good job on a few things. I think people have very short memories.
Okay, but...
Especially if you were a fan.
But here's the thing, man.
If you hated her, yeah, you're never going to win that person.
But there were so many things.
But there were so many things that you forgot about. Some
You get
stuff.
buried. You forget.
No,
you
Unless you
reminded
go
me of
down
some
the
stuff.
timeline, yeah.
Okay.
Well, we followed it, and I forgot.
Look, if you're asking my political opinion,
Yeah.
based on all the things
You
that
don't
would have
think
to go
she's got a
right,
shot?
I don't think so personally. But
I mean, I don't
know,
think she has
though.
a
I
shot,
think-
but you may be surprised at how much of a percentage of the election she gets.
And I think with politicians in general, it almost seems like the more controversy they've had over a long period of time, I think it lessens the controversy because
Yeah, it becomes the norm.
Because you're not, it's just background noise. You're not even paying attention to it anymore.
Okay.
I think she
it's
pulls at
possible.
least 35
35 of what? You don't even know what
percentage of the vote.
of the primary?
Yeah.
Okay, but that
I'm saying I don't think she necessarily wins.
Okay.
But I think she's probably got a pretty strong base of people that still like her. And some people might have think she got screwed over.
She
Listen,
was
everybody's got fans.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
look,
Jesus
look,
Christ, we got fans.
I was going to say, people came out to your event that we did. You're
35.
right. I should not.
35 people showed up for that event.
25 WCMF. In response to Dan's letter, why can anybody run for office no matter what they've done in the past? Why do politicians have such a hard time understanding right from wrong from when regular ass people can do it? If that's the case, if you believe that, why aren't you running? Let's talk to Frank. He's on CMF. Hey, Frankie, what's up, buddy?
Not much, Duffy, but I'll tell you this. You got me convinced, man. I got to run now. If anybody can do it, anybody can do it. I mean, what's the qualifications? Not be able to run books, so just spend money however you want, and basically just tick everybody off. I mean, anybody can do this job.
Okay, so here's the thing. I forgot to add one last sentence in what I've been saying.
What's that?
Everybody should run for office except for Frank. That was actually the name of this
I'm
break,
sorry.
and I forgot until you called, Frank.
All I can say, though, is this. I can run books. I got my accounting and business degree. I got no problem running people. I think I could do this.
Go do it, bro.
In all sincerity, look, everybody brings something to the table, whether you realize it or not. Everybody has an experience.
Has a skill.
Yes, a skill and experience. Your perspective matters. It does matter.
Yeah.
Put it to use.
It does. It does.
Except for you, Frank.
All right, well-
Everybody but Frank.
All right, nobody but Frank.
Frank, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it. Take care. You matter. You do. Your perspective matters.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you got to vote.
You have the ability to be voted for. Go do it. Go do it.
Come on.
Or shut up.
Make something of yourself.
Do it or shut up.
Okay.
One of those two things.
All
All right, let's take a break. Forever and ever, the moment that your first buddy gets a job when you're like a teenager, you start to understand that when you have friends in certain places, all of a sudden things get less expensive for you.
Oh, yeah.
And what's interesting is, as much as we look at people who steal as criminals, for some reason, when you have a friend that's willing to give you a discount that maybe the owner doesn't know about, that's totally fine.
Yeah.
Turns out it's not, and there's a woman in our area who's in some serious trouble this morning. But she's the one that's in trouble.
Yeah.
There's somebody else who's not.
Really?
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's the age-old benefit of having a friend working in a place you go to.
Oh, yeah.
Not having to pay full price. They got the hookup, and they're going to give you the hookup. And the problem with that, it's super illegal.
No, it's a friend's discount, right?
No, see, turns out that's not a real thing.
No?
And it's something someone in our area may have found out the hard way this week. You're hanging out at the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You can visit the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win tickets to see the Satch Vai U.S. Tour. Joe Satriani and Steve Vai.
Ooh, that's a good show.
That's a Guitar Hero show.
Oh, yeah.
Coming to the Kodak Center April 14th. 2 lucky winners will be randomly selected. Each will receive a 4-pack of tickets to the show. Those tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. This story comes to us from Henrietta.
What happened?
Authorities were called to the Restaurant Depot. You familiar?
No.
They sell like mass quantities of food and restaurant equipment.
Oh, so it's like a industry place.
Yeah, but I think you need a membership, but I know a guy. So one time I got like 10 pounds of gyro meat. I love gyro meat, man.
I hope so, man.
During the pandemic, I like to get gyro meat omelets, and you just can't buy gyro meat anywhere. My buddy's like, I got you. And he showed up.
So you had 10 pounds of lamb spam?
Yeah, it was so good. I think I still got some in my freezer. Anyway, the authorities were called to the Restaurant Depot for reports of an employee theft.
What happened?
According to the Monroe County Sheriff's Department, an employee had been underscanning or not scanning items at all that were going through her line.
Oh, so she's pushing groceries.
You got it.
Yeah.
And they say she'd been doing it for months.
Oh, Jesus.
When authorities looked at the cameras, they say it was the same man who was the customer for all of the transactions like this.
Wait, Lamb Spam Sam?
My favorite Dr. Seuss book. All in all, authorities say this woman ripped off her employer for about $5,000.
God damn, man. That's wholesale.
She was arrested, charged with grand larceny. She will have her day in court. So, if the allegations are true, we don't know if this is some scheme the two are running together. We don't know if this is a friend of hers or she was just hooking up with cheaper stuff. But let's go with the second one for the sake of the conversation.
Right.
When a friend can get you a cheaper price or free stuff because of their job, do you guys get nervous taking it?
No, I never did.
Well, I wouldn't get nervous taking it. The person that should be nervous is the one giving it.
Okay.
Right?
I would think so, but
I mean, like, it's on your buddy or your friend or your family member.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But it happens all the time,
Oh.
Kimmy. Like, people don't seem too nervous doing it.
No, they don't.
And it's almost always illegal. Like that free food, those items they discount for you, that's not the store and their super cool friends don't pay full price policy.
Yeah, it's total stealing.
Straight up.
I also think when it comes to food, especially, people get way more lenient with how they justify it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like
well, it's just leftovers anyways. You know, they weren't even gonna eat it, or they'll justify it in other ways of why it's stolen.
Okay. Phone number is 252-WCMF 252-9263. Neither of you feel nervous or guilty taking it.
No. I should, but I don't.
Are you a piece of crap for taking that discount? Okay.
And I can remember, I told you, I had a buddy of mine that worked at a gas station when I was a kid. And gas wasn't even expensive, even with the gas lines. It wasn't that bad, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I could go in there and get the car filled up for nothing.
Like straight free 99.
Straight up go in there and fill up. And, forgot I was driving my parents' cars at the time. I'm in high school.
Okay.
Right? So I come home and I go, my old man would go, how much was it? I go, Paulie gave me a discount. He goes, how much? I go, nothing. So he would go to me and goes, hey, you still got your friend with the Paulie discount? Because he wanted me to go steal free gas from this kid to fill up his El Dorado, his Cadillac car, for free. He loved it. To him, they write it off. It's shrinkage. So a lot of that gas evaporates.
So you're a piece of crap, but you still take it.
Oh, yeah.
But there's a difference, I think, between taking it if it's offered to you and asking for it. Like, they're both bad, but the guy who asks for it is a little worse.
I agree, but you realize what you're doing right now, right?
Justifying.
Yes, you're finding a way to make yourself not the worst person in the story.
But I do think that person that asks is a different level, though.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that.
Because now they have an expectation of getting it for free and putting that person in a tough spot.
And that was my old man, too. So he had his cousin, my dad's cousin, own a restaurant in Fort Lauderdale. Really nice Italian restaurant.
Okay.
And my parents would go down there all the time. Anthony, he loves seeing us. Always gives a big discount. Always makes a big to-do when your mother and I sit down. He'd straight up tell them, I'm family.
Wouldn't pay.
he would establish that he was family, even if Anthony, his cousin who wasn't there at the time, that this is who I am. We grew up together. Like, he's establishing who I am, and I better get a discount. Now, the guy was a class act and always fed my father. But he also...
See, it makes him sound more like a sucker, but go on.
I guess so. But
Anthony.
Yeah.
But if you're going in there with that expectation, like throwing your name around to make sure you get the best deal, which is stealing, you're an ass.
You're both doing it now. Bad, but that's so much worse. Guys, look over here, though.
It's so way worse.
Look over here.
It's way worse.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking as the person that has the access to the stuff, I'm much happier offering it to somebody than I am doing it because somebody asked and now I feel obligated.
Okay, I get what you're saying. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this woman in Henrietta. She worked for the restaurant Depot. According to the Monroe County Sheriff's Department, she had been underscanning or not scanning items at all that were going through her line to the tune of $5,000.
Damn, that's a lot of spam.
Authorities also say when they looked at the cameras, it was the same man who was the customer for all of these transactions. So, Kimmy, you brought up a second ago, and you're right, that it's the person giving the discount that's putting themselves at risk. Taking these things, even if they're offered to you, you are putting that family member, that friend at risk. They could be fired, they could be arrested, and all of that is happening because you happily accepted whatever discount or free thing they were giving you. You don't hold some kind of responsibility in the transaction?
Oh, I mean, you definitely do.
But you still take it. Because every time you take that free thing, you're saying to them essentially, I'm willing to watch you go to jail for this.
There are also, on like a much smaller scale, I could also see myself as a teenager if a friend like handed me something for free. Well, I'm not saying anything because if I say something, are you going to get like, hey, you forgot this. Okay. Oh, my boss is right behind me, so shut up.
You could talk to him afterwards and be like, "Hey, you don't have to do that ever again."
Okay, that's true. But I guess like if they're the ones saying, "Hey, this is okay, just take it," I'm probably not questioning it.
Well, because you want it for free.
Well, of course.
Well, but I wasn't expecting it for free.
Okay. You know, it's funny. It's stories like this that make you wonder how any businesses that ever employed teenagers ever made money.
I don't know how they make it.
Burger joints, pizza places, mini golf shacks. When I was in high school. Me and my buddies would hit every single place that our friends worked. And it was a wide range, and we never paid for a thing. Yeah. Fast food, pizza. One of my buddies worked in a movie theater. We had unlimited free movies.
Oh, the movie theater person was awesome,
It was phenomenal. Yeah. Another one of my buddies single-handedly put the Montana Mills Bread Company in Gates out of business. I'm not exaggerating. I would go up to that. It was in Westgate Plaza, and I would walk out of there with 10 free loaves of bread.
Jesus. Like, at once?
Yeah. They would like he'd be in the store by himself. Oh, you take this sandwich, take that.
And they throw it out.
Bro,
at the end of the day.
That grandma's old grandma's white loaves of bread.
Yeah,
that was the reason I was 300 pounds in high school. He just kept giving us free loaves of bread. My brother worked at Subway. I don't think I paid for a single sandwich the entire time he worked there.
No kidding.
I would just walk in and take cookies like out of the thing.
There's no manager around.
No, he would be working there by himself. Sometimes.
The best part was when your buddy was in charge of the business. Like, he was the only one there, like, running the show.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how those places ever stayed open.
Like, when Ryan was closing down the Subway, I would come give him a ride home from work sometimes.
Oh, you load up.
Yeah, pick him up, walk in, just start eating cookies right out of the container. Man, it was so great. It was so great.
Yeah.
I had a buddy that worked at a burger joint down by the beach. We would park in there for 4 hours and just eat fries nonstop. Like, we must have eaten like 5 giant industrial bags of fries in 4 hours.
I was always amazed as a teenager at the boldness of some kids. Like, I don't even really know you and you gave me free stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really deserve this, but okay.
To your point, there was a chick I kind of knew who worked at a coffee shop in the mall in Greece, and she would give us free stuff all the time.
Like, I was not expecting that, but all right.
I can imagine,
I guess we're friends now.
If you're a teenage girl and you know the boy behind the counter, he's giving you whatever you want.
Yeah, you're probably right. But, you know, hey, man, you got to do what you got to do.
Yes, you do.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Eric. Hey, Eric, what's going on, buddy?
Hey there. So I was just, I just caught on to that story you're talking about. And it was about 10 years ago, I worked at Dunkin' Donuts. I actually got arrested because I gave away, it was like $23.73 worth of free donuts and coffee. Because back then, you know, we were open till 11. and I just gave it to truckers that would come through late at night. Like, I charge them for half a dozen donuts for like a dozen donuts that I gave them.
Okay. And they locked you.
So you didn't even know these people. You were just like, hey, you know what? I don't care at this point in the night.
Yeah, pretty much. Because, I mean, I would throw away probably 60 to 70 pounds worth of donuts and bagels. And I thought, well, might as well just sell them for half price, pretty much.
Well, yeah, Eric, that's up to Mr. Duncan, I would think, though, not Mr. Eric.
But I didn't feel like carrying out 70 pounds worth of donuts to the dumpster.
How'd you get caught?
One of the managers there, I don't think she really liked me to begin with, so she was always watching me like a hawk. So
probably should have been a little more careful there.
So what ended up happening? Like, did you have to pay a fine? Like, what happened?
So what happened was I had to pay restitution, give them back the $23, and the judge was looking at it, and he rolled his eyes, and he goes, "This isn't even worth my time. This is the dumbest thing that's ever come through my courtroom."
Restitution of $23.
But you were arrested.
Yeah, I was. They didn't put cuffs on me, but I had to go to the sheriff's office, get fingerprinted, and all that stuff.
Eric, that sucks, buddy. Thanks for the call, though, man. I really appreciate it.
Thanks. Have a good one, guys.
Take care. I mean, look, I understand where he's coming from. If he's going to chuck him out, why the hell does it
Yeah,
matter?
and you're getting some money for them. It wasn't like he was just handing them to him. At least, like, you're getting half price for something that was going in the dumpster.
Well, now you sound dumb. Like, hey, man, he's doing you a business favor.
It is.
But it's still illegal.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of a gray one.
No, I mean, it's pretty
I'm going to throw this out. I'll sell it to you for half price.
Okay, but, I mean, it is still illegal. And I'm glad he called with that story because I think a lot of people think, like, oh, you know, it's just a couple of bucks. Nobody's going to notice.
Right.
He was arrested for 20. He had to pay restitution.
On $23.
He knew the exact amount. Yeah,
but even the judge is
$23
looking
and the
at this going, Jesus, give me a break.
Kid still ended up in front of a judge.
I know.
Yeah.
Lost your job. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Barber. Hey, Barber, what's up, buddy?
Morning, guys. I can remember one time a friend and I, we went to the KFC on Ridge Road there by Buckman's Plaza, and it was like, we got in there like 5 minutes before closing, and we just ordered like a simple order. Manager came out and said, "You guys really hungry?" And we go, well, we could be. He goes, "All right." He hooked us up with the full big buckets and the family size sides and biscuits and all that. And we go, "Is this, you sure? How much is that?" He goes, "No, because we're just going to toss it because we just had too much of it." And like, we're kind of looking at each other. We took it. It was great. We went back a few weeks later, hoping to get the same kind of deal. And we said, where's that dude? Where's the manager? And the worker says, "Oh, he's gone. He's long
in jail.
Jail. He's in chicken jail, buddy." Barbara, thanks for the call. You want to hear a sad Duffy story of childhood?
Yeah, sure.
So my dad used to love going to the mall an hour before it closed. And I could never figure out why when I was a kid.
No, I can't.
Why is that, Tommy?
Well, things are going to be like deeply discounted.
Yes. So my dad would walk around the mall until everything was closing. Like, they're locking the doors. He also used to do this dick thing where he told us if they locked the doors while we were inside that we would be stuck in the mall overnight. And to this day, my brother gets anxiety about when the mall is
Gotta
closing.
get out.
Freaks him out. But my dad would walk up to the Chinese food places and try and negotiate extra food for a lower price
and
to take home. And sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't.
Yeah.
But I would like you to imagine being 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 years old.
Watching this happen.
Watching your father trying to negotiate Chinese food discounts with a man who kind of speaks English.
But you're also smelling that sweet and sour pork.
I never got any of it.
Oh,
he wouldn't give us the food. No, it was for him. He would take it. They would like wrap it in saran wrap when it worked, and he would take it home, and we would go to bed, and he would eat his Chinese food, his mall Chinese food that he negotiated a discount for on the way out. And like, he thought he was so suave.
Yeah.
Like, he'd walk up to him like he's trying to buy a car off a lot. Like, "Hey, what are you doing with that? $5? No, you know what? I'm walking.
I am surprised when people have balls to do that.
Yeah.
I am envious because we watched a guy do it at a catered event.
God, that was so embarrassing.
But it worked.
But it was embarrassing.
It was super embarrassing. But if you don't have a soul, man, the stuff you can get, it's amazing.
No, I am.
As long as you don't mind burning in like discount hell.
Is there discount hell?
If there is, I know 2 dudes that are in it now.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. We're talking about this woman arrested after police say she was underscanning or not scanning $5,000 worth of items from the restaurant Depot in Henrietta. It was one guy, according to police, going through the line every time they got the discount, taking that discount from a friend. You never think about it, but we just heard about a guy who got arrested for $23 in donuts. Johnny's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Johnny, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, my best friend worked at a pro shop of a very nice private club for 2 summers, and we were in college. And I didn't feel bad about it. He gave me free golf every day for 2 summers. Didn't feel bad about that one. He'd give me free beer, free sleeves, the balls. The worst part was that I actually feel bad about now is he would let me use the club members' clubs because I didn't have my own.
That's bold.
Wait. He would go into their lockers?
They had them all locked behind the pro shop in the locker room. He knew their schedules. So he would give me who's not going to be playing
that probably
that day.
happens a lot, bro.
Oh, my God. Think about how expensive
Think how good his game is.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I feel bad about that one because I did not treat their clubs
How's
very
your
well.
game? It's got to be awesome.
Oh, horrible. Horrible.
Yeah, a couple of those clubs are missing heads now. But, Johnny.
Go out there and get hammered on free beer.
But, like, here's the thing. Like,
What fun, though.
The beer is relatively inexpensive to a place like that. The golf is free.
You can understand why they'd never find out.
Custom clubs,
The
bro.
sleeves of balls, though, man. Those are coming in from the outside, Johnny.
Yeah, those are expensive.
Oh, I'd lose them all. I'd lose them all and get a new pack the next day.
They write them off.
Johnny, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah.
There goes Johnny.
That would be some fun, man, as a kid.
Yeah, but we're all such pieces of crap. Because even as we tell these stories knowing it's wrong, we're romantically remembering them, right?
I think everybody does.
And I still can't sit here and say if I had a buddy that had a hookup like that, I wouldn't take it if he, slid it to me.
Sure.
And once you take it once, you're going to take it again.
Yeah. But to find out they got arrested afterwards.
Oh, yeah, you'd have to feel a little guilty.
Yeah, but it seems like it's pretty brief. You get rented out
But
pretty
you're
quick.
still dealing with the aftermath of all that.
You're standing in front of Judge Donuts.
I don't know how easy it is to get a job.
Judge Donuts.
Well, how about this job? As we're talking about this would be free food.
All right.
And it would be free food literally across the country.
Wow.
There is a company that is looking for a connoisseur. Someone that is willing to travel to all 30 some odd of these places to compare one specific item. And it could be you.
Ooh.
We'll tell you all about it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. this is a great opportunity.
Well, jump on it, Tonto.
It would be a blast, but here's the thing, man. This is something you'd be doing purely for the love of the wiener, not for any, like, financial gain.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How would you like to be a traveling wiener connoisseur?
So when does your mom start?
You had a whole commercial break to think of something.
Oh, it worked just fine.
So there's an
short and to the wiener point.
There is an online.
Just like your mama.
There is an online gambling site that is looking to hire someone to travel to all 30 Major League Baseball parks and eat wieners at each one.
Wait, it's a gambling
so
site?
you're getting baseball and ballpark food.
You got it. Well, just specifically the hot dogs.
Yeah.
Kenny. So you wouldn't be taste testing them. Well,
Yeah.
you would be taste testing them, but that's not what they really care about.
What do they want?
They want you to measure the dogs to see which clubs have the biggest, the smallest, and what the MLB average is. You have to weigh them. They need the girth. They need the length. All of this stuff.
So am I like a Coke dealer showing up with a scale?
Yeah, I guess you would have to bring a scale into the
Right.
ballpark. So the gig is not full time, but not only do you get your game tickets paid for and your travel covered,
Okay.
they'll give you $2,500 cash and a $500 gift card to MLBshop.com.
All right, so I'll hit 30 Major League ballparks?
Yep.
So that'd be fun.
Okay, so it's fun, but when you break it down per stadium, you're only being paid $83 a game.
Okay.
But I guess if you're somebody that wanted to do that anyways, like
Yes.
let's say, because a
And they're
lot of
picking up
people
your
have
travel.
that on your bucket list, like you want to make it to all stadiums and
Yeah.
whatever sport. That would be a way to do it and make a little money off it.
Yeah,
Not
but see,
much.
here's the thing. I think it would actually cost you money, Kimmy, when you start factoring in
Yeah, 'cause
having
you're
to
going to stay there more than a day.
Yeah,
most likely.
and even if you're moving from day to day, I mean, you got to have meals when you're on the road,
Yes.
other than this hot dog that you're eating inside the ballpark. Like, it's if you're right, Kimmy. This is like one of those cool, like I got to see every ballpark in one summer before I die, cool things.
Yeah.
But it's gonna cost you money to do this, and you still have to do work while you're inside the ballpark.
Yeah, but I could see like a kid doing this, especially because didn't we have a kid here that used to hit all the minor league parks around here?
Yeah, there's been a couple of people that
Yeah.
have tried it. Yeah.
So I would see why wouldn't a guy like that do it?
Oh yeah. I mean, you got to be chosen. So you can apply right now if you're interested. If you just Google it, you'll be able to find the website to go to. But like, this is nothing a married man would be able to pull off.
No.
Because like, I would not be able to sell my wife on having to leave for the weekend to make a cool $83 measuring wieners.
Yes. And don't put it like that.
And you also have to wonder too.
What's that?
There's like, look, a hot dog and a beer at a ball game is awesome, right? But depending on the ballpark you go to, the quality of the wiener is not always good. Sometimes they're selling you the cheapest wiener for the most amount of money. And you just have to eat a standard hot dog. This isn't like the fun, exciting one. You got to order their standard
Yeah.
ballpark dog. You'd get sick of that real fast. No?
I mean, they're spaced out. You're not eating it every day. You know what I mean?
A grilled hot dog, I could think. I
Yeah.
think I could eat every day.
Yeah. I don't think that would be. You're not doing like an eating contest where,
Yeah.
you're going to get sick off them all at once.
Here's the point I'm making.
What's that?
So, took my family up to Toronto last year for a Jays game. I think I
Yeah,
went to
yeah.
3 Jays games last year.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you're looking for cheap baseball, they have these party decks. It's $15 general admission. You stand in the outfield. They have like different themed food for each one of the 4 decks. It's amazing.
No kidding.
You should absolutely go. And it's $15 Canadian, by the way.
Oh,
So
so
it's like
it's free.
$4.
Yeah.
But the food at these ballparks, as we see here at
Yeah.
the
Well, yeah, it ain't
Yeah.
your daddy's ballpark.
no, but I'm saying, like, yeah, even minor league parks now have unbelievable food. So for you to be walking through the concourse and seeing all this gourmet, super cool, ass-kicking food, and, I have just a hot dog, please.
With some mustard.
That would bother me.
Yeah, maybe after a while. But you can eat that too.
When
You
you
can
eat a
eat your
hot
hot dog and
Okay.
then eat the other thing.
All right. Maybe.
There's just something about a grilled hot dog that just smells so goddamn good.
Yeah. Once, twice, 3. Now you're at, like, 24.
You can fill me with some tube meat, bro.
Yeah, I heard that about you.
No, I'm serious. I love it.
So did I.
I'm looking forward to summertime for my tube meat.
For your one a year,
You bitch.
4th of July hot dog.
Oh, it's time for my fat girl thing. I'm going to eat my one hot dog a year.
I do miss it. though.
Otherwise, he just smells them. It's really weird.
Yeah, you know, he's
Keep
all,
your hot dogs away from Tommy.
he's all about smelling wieners all summer long.
Yeah. You don't like the smell of a good summer wiener?
No, I guess I do.
One of the greatest Seals and Crofts tunes of all time.
How's that go?
Summer wiener, sniffing your wiener makes me feel fine.
Here's the other thing.
I got
that's-
your wiener on my mind.
The other thing that sucks.
What?
Again, we're talking about this online gambling site looking to pay someone to travel to all 30 Major League Baseball parks to weigh and measure hot dogs at each park.
Yeah.
They'll give you $2,500 cash for the summer, a $500 gift card to MLBshop.com. They'll cover your travel and the stuff while you're there.
Yeah.
You'd be going alone.
Yeah.
That would be tough. Like, I mean, if a friend wants to come with you, they're either going to have to pay for it or it's going to come out of your $83.
Or you can split it. You can split the travel maybe because it'd be like two people traveling for the price of one.
Yeah, but I'm not paying from, okay. I mean, no. If I'm getting this gig, I'm not going to be, okay, Steve, I'll pay for my
No, I'd rather go. I wouldn't mind traveling alone and doing that.
30 times?
We did it on the road.
Yeah, but there's a reason we don't do it anymore, and part of it was lack of talent, but a lot of it had to do with, I've been on the road 2.5 weeks now. I haven't seen another human being that I recognize.
No, but you mean baseball people.
Is that a benefit?
Not for me, but I'm sure,
I don't know, man.
Tonight we have fireworks, and then guy from the office will be by.
I've gone to Bills games alone, and that's fun.
Yeah.
It's like, I like football people. I've gone to hockey games alone, same thing. That's a lot of fun. I think baseball people are the people that I'd least like to be alone in a ballpark.
No, but they're the most conversational.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah. There's so much downtime in baseball.
Exactly. Like, now I got to have full conversations with this stranger. And, like, I'm stuck in this seat. This seat is my assigned seat. So if things go south, I'm stuck with this guy.
And the weird thing about baseball people, they never want to talk about the game. They always want to talk about the games they were at before this. It's always in the past tense with baseball people.
Yeah, the games that I've been to.
Yeah.
The things that
The
I've seen.
thing I saw.
Yep. Well, you know what they say? Every time you go to a baseball game, you see something that's never happened before.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. I didn't know that.
I saw an unassisted triple play in Cleveland. So you don't even know what that is.
But
I got to witness it.
I knew there was no assistance.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. As we talk about money here, you can't make a living on $83 per game measuring wieners. No. In fact, you'd grossly undershoot what it takes to be a human being in America right now.
What it costs?
Well, we have in front of us what it costs to live comfortably in America.
All right.
Not only for a single person, but for a family of 4. And we will tell you how they define living comfortably. And if these figures we have in front of us are true.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Nobody can live comfortably. How could you?
And this isn't rich. This is comfortable.
And that's kind of a vague statement. What's comfortable? Everybody's different.
They define it really well.
Okay.
All right, we'll talk about it. We'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The American dream can be boiled down into one sentence, Tommy.
What's that?
I live comfortably. And we now know how much these days it takes to live comfortably as an American. The issue here, however, if this is the line, there are very few people on a daily basis who are even living comfortably anymore.
That bad, huh?
Well, and even the way to get to living comfortably might be a generational thing that folks under the age of 40 aren't going to be able to get to.
Well, I mean, to your point, I would think all three of us would say we live comfortable, right?
Yes.
But we are all at different stages of life.
Yeah, that's true. We all have very different things.
So I don't even know how they can come up with a number.
They do, actually.
Because what's comfortable? My comfort is different than yours.
Yeah, because you're a puss-ass bitch.
What do you mean?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Puss-ass bitch. You're hanging out at the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Right now, you can head to the contest page, WCMF.com, comfortably, and enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see comedian Tom Segura Friday, September 27th at KeyBank Center, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. In front of us, we have how much you have to make in America annually to live comfortably. And they define comfortable, Tommy, using what's called the 50-30-20 budget. Are you familiar with this?
No.
Okay. 50% of your salary goes to your needs, place to live, groceries, way to get around. 30% of your salary goes to entertainment and hobbies.
Okay.
So whatever gets you going. And 20% of your salary goes to savings. And I can already hear people on the other side of the mics laughing. Thank you. There's Kimmy laughing.
Who's saving? Well, didn't we find out nobody's got savings?
We'll get to that. But not only are you saving, you're saving 20% of all of the money that comes across your face that you make. 20%.
Off the top.
20%. With that being said, a single American needs to make, on average, $96,500 a year to live comfortably 50-30-20.
And that's a single person.
You got it.
So let's call it six figures.
Well,
you're at 96. I'm going to call that, I need to make six figures.
No, you would think the average would be slightly lower here in a place like Rochester, but you get the idea, right? However, Tommy, most people listening to this show are not single. They have a spouse, maybe some kids.
Right.
So, a family of 4, 2 adults, 2 children, needs to make $235,000 a year to live comfortably currently.
Right.
And this is the line, according to the data that they used, where you are not living paycheck to paycheck. Both parents averaging over 6 figures to keep you with 2 kids from living paycheck to paycheck.
So that's got to mean less than 5% of the population that makes that kind of money?
No, I bet it's more than that.
$200,000.
Well, I mean, it combined, so it would be 6 figures per person.
How many people do you think make? How many people do you think make $100,000 of the population?
17. I don't know.
It's got to be under 20%.
Well, but you also have to factor in couples where one makes $180,000, one makes $40,000.
All right, but that's still like a lot of. What's that?
That still actually wouldn't get to the number we had to get to. Does that sound right to you? $235,000?
It sounds scary as hell because nobody hits it.
Okay. I mean, there are people listening that hit it.
Yeah, but you'd have to be a professional.
Kimmy, does that sound right to you? $96,500 is a single person, family of 4, $235,000 a year to live comfortably in America.
I mean, it sounds right, but I don't know how many people are living that way.
Okay. All right. So, can you live comfortably with less for a family of 4 or as a single person making under 6 figures? Because the smallest part of the budget that they lay out here is what I think is the most interesting. 20% of the money you make, you're supposed to put away for savings.
Yes.
Savings, Tommy, feels like it's become a generational thing.
Okay.
Everyone had savings back in the day.
Yeah, to an extent.
Your dad had a savings account. You had a savings account. There was a whole separate account. They gave you a different account for money that was just there.
Yes.
Like, think about that, man. Like, almost everybody was like, oh, I have a savings account for the money that I have. Yeah, look at this. Look at all this money over here that I can just put in this other account that I don't need right now. Fun fact, as we speak, only 3 in 10 Americans currently have over $500 in savings, according to a recent story.
So there's your shaft right there, man.
Yeah.
What'd you say? 3%?
No, you idiot. 3 in 10, 30% of Americans currently
30%.
have over $500 in savings.
And that's not a ton of money.
No. But that means 70% of Americans don't have $500 in savings.
Yeah.
Right now. Which would lead us to believe then the 50-30-20 rule that is keeping you living comfortably is not being hit by a lot of people.
Right.
So living comfortably is, according to this, is also putting money away for savings.
Yes, you're not living paycheck to paycheck. To not live paycheck to paycheck, you have to put money away to save, right? Hence, not living paycheck to paycheck.
Right.
Kimmy, do you have savings?
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, it's. I don't know how long those savings would last. Me, put it that way.
Okay, if things went south.
Yeah.
I did not ever have savings until I met my wife.
Yeah, but you were a disaster.
But here's the thing. I could have had it. There was a way I could have got it done. I just didn't know what to do.
But you also didn't get any formal training from your parents.
No, quite the opposite, actually. Bass boat, sure. Hole in the roof, who cares? Look at my boat.
Yes.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Thanksgiving Mike. Hey, Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas. I think that stat is way grossly overinflated.
Okay.
I say that my family structure, my wife, it's just myself, my wife, and my son. He's kind of an adult, but regardless, the two of us, we probably make half of that. And I would say that, we obviously temper our expectations with what we should have, but we're able to have a savings, still plan for our retirement and everything else. And I mean, I'm not living anywhere near that number.
So do you do what you want to do on a regular basis with the extra money you have?
Absolutely. Okay. I mean, we even have like a cabin and stuff like that. I mean, we're able to do exactly what it is we want to do. Well, I mean,
yeah, but you even said we had to pull back our expectations from what you really wanted.
What I'm saying is,
you had to adjust.
You're saying your cabin sucks, is what you're telling us.
Most cabins.
No. But what I'm
even
saying
Lincoln's
is
cabin was a hole.
I think that the average American kind of lives way above their means and what they're bringing. And I think that, generally people, they waste a lot of their money. I mean, personally.
Be more like Mike is what Mike is saying.
When do you own a house? You obviously own a house, Mike?
Yes. Yeah, I own a house.
When did you buy it?
So I did buy it a while ago. I think that, but however, my son is going through the same problem right now. He's not making, him and his fiance are making probably what my wife and I are making. And again, it's just like he has to understand the cost of housing now is skyrocketed, and he may not get necessarily what we have right off the bat, but
how do you live in that cabin?
There you go.
Cabin boy.
Right, Mikey, I would say this, though.
The cabin couple.
I will say this. Now, I don't know if this number is right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're just looking at numbers that they're using, this 50, 30, whatever. And I understand it sounds high.
Yeah.
But, Mikey.
Well, location, I think, has something to do with it, too, though.
Sure, no, you're right. But, again, they average this out throughout all of America, whether it's the middle of Montana, middle of New York City, it's all factored in there. And, Mike, you're right. But I will say this, Mikey. Like, do you own your house right now?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not paying a mortgage. And, your son you say my son's going to have to eventually wait to have what my wife and I have. 20 years ago, I would have heard that statement and gone like, oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Mike, I hear that statement now, like how expensive things are getting, and I wonder if your son will have the ability to live the way that you and your wife lived, just with the cost of what a home is and what cars can be and, where people want to live versus where they're being forced to live.
So, again, I think that it comes down to, the temperance of expectations. I mean, like, the kid he obviously is not going to be able to afford a Lamborghini. But my point is that,
Or a cabin.
Well, no, but what
or linguine, really.
He'll be able to, with, proper education, too, because that's a part of it, too, is learning how to spend your money and still save. He's doing this, and he's still able to have a new vehicle, and do all these things, but still is budgeting that what his mortgage will be, is going to be outrageous. But my point is like, as long as, he continues on the path that he's doing that, that we've taught him and everything else, I think they're going to be completely fine.
All right. Well, Mikey, thanks for the call. I'm glad everything is going so great for you, buddy.
So wonderful for me. Thank you.
Good to talk to you, bud. Have a good rest of the day.
Bye-bye.
There goes Mike. I don't know. I think that parents are going to be surprised.
Yeah.
Even the ones that did it the right way. Because, like, Kimmy, you got a great financial education from your parents.
Yeah. I mean, my dad's,
He's tight.
Yeah, he's
in more ways than one, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Check out that stash and that ass.
No, he always prided himself on his ability to save money and handle money.
He don't spend.
Yeah, he does on things that he can justify. You know what I mean?
But I'm saying, like, you had a great financial education.
Mm-hmm.
You got help financially from your parents, and it was still a nightmare even when the housing market wasn't exploding the way it is for you
It was
guys.
really hard, yeah.
And I think that there are parents listening who think they've done it the right way. Maybe they did. They taught their kids how to do this stuff based on what we knew 10, 15, 20 years ago that are going to be shocked with how long their adult kids are going to be in their house simply because they can't afford things, right? 252 WCMF. I see you guys on hold. We're talking about this story in front of us, how much you have to make in America annually to live comfortably. And they define comfortably as having a 50-30-20 budget. Half of your salary goes to your needs, 30% of your salary goes to your entertainment and hobbies, and 20%, 1/5 of everything you make, gets stashed away in savings. The average single adult needs to make $96,500 a year to live, not paycheck to paycheck. The average family, 2 adults, 2 kids, needs to make $235,000 a year to not live paycheck to paycheck. The other interesting thing about this budget they lay out for living comfortably in America.
Yeah, what do they say?
So it says 50% of the money goes to your needs, 30% of your money goes to entertainment. How many people are keeping track of their money like that?
Oh, like putting it in categories?
Like, yeah, Kimmy, how many people can tell you what percentage of their income goes to entertainment?
Like, this is something that my dad actually keeps track of, like in a book. He's the only one I know that does that. Like, he has a budget for each category of what they spend their money on.
Do you?
No.
Would you want to know?
No.
You don't want to know?
No. Especially back in the day, man. When I was living by myself, like the money I was pissing away was insane. Especially on booze.
Do you think you have an idea?
Yeah.
Like, do you think, like, when you're buying stuff, you kind of like...
Well, now I do, yeah.
Okay.
See, I think we do. I don't think we actually have any idea. I think that if you actually saw laid out in front of you what you spend on needs versus entertainment, you would be astonished how much you're spending on entertainment.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. It makes sense why that budget used to be a good idea, 50, 30, 20. Because if I'm spending more on rent and food and my car than 50% of what I make, I can find a cheaper place to live and a less expensive place to shop. But, Kimmy, that doesn't really exist anymore. There aren't cheaper places to live. There's not. Most people don't have the ability to be like, oh, I'm going to pull back on my rent and shop at somewhere that costs less money.
Right. I mean, like, pulling back on your rent, you're not going to be in a good situation.
No, you can't.
You know what I mean?
Because 50% of that budget is fixed expense, things you can't control.
Right. Right.
The only thing you can control is your entertainment. You can cut that.
Yes. Yeah, that you because you can live
That's
without
the only
that.
thing you can.
Well, in savings.
And savings.
Yeah.
But then you're hurting yourself according to this. Because now you don't have squat.
Yeah. That's what it's called. You don't have squat study.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't even afford squat.
No.
I had to stand up to take a dump, and now it's all down the back of my legs.
Thanks for sharing that.
It was gross, man. 252
Nice
WCMF.
you even say that, really.
252-9263. Let's talk to Tim. Hey, Timmy, what's going on, buddy?
Morning, guys. So to your question earlier today, 34% of the population makes $100,000 or more a year.
Okay.
And the average gross income across the United States, highs and lows, is $65,000 per person.
That we knew. Okay, so that number you gave us, that 3 in 10 Americans make over 6 figures, lines up with 3 in 10 Americans having over $500 in their savings account right now, Tim.
I agree 100. I didn't hear it. I was on hold, so I couldn't hear all the previous conversations. Sorry if I'm redundant.
How dare you?
But the other interesting thing is the 50-20-10 or 50-30.
50-30-20.
Yeah. So when I was younger, before I met my wife and got married and had woodchucks, I used to take an envelope if I wanted to buy a new gun, and every time I got paid, I'd say I'm putting that much money in the envelope, and
You know
that's
what it was
how I
called,
bought my
Tommy?
first
Gun fund.
Gunvelope.
Oh.
envelope. Yeah,
Careful
there you
opening
go.
up,
Look
buddy.
at you guys.
All right, so you would only spend cash on the things that you wanted.
But you'd save for it.
Yeah, I would save for it until I could pay cash for it.
Okay, but you said something interesting. You said before I met my wife and had kids. You don't do that anymore, Tim?
Oh, God, no, they're siphons.
Does the number... So how many kids you got, bud?
3.
Oh, you got 3 kids. Does that number...
Plus the woodchucks.
We told you.
That's right, they're woodchucks.
Does that $235,000 to not live paycheck to paycheck, does that sound right to you based on the life you're living?
No, because my wife and I combined don't make that much money, and we live pretty decent.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Turns out you're not doing enough fun stuff, and you could have more guns. You're screwing it up, Timmy.
Actually, I'm pulling in the gun club now. We're good.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you go because I don't want to hear what could potentially happen. But thank you for the call, Tim. Have a good rest of the day.
See you guys. Have fun.
I do want to point out that he said people make
Yes.
34% of people make it's households.
Oh, wait, that was households that make
of
600,000
household
or
incomes.
of 100,000.
Of household incomes, you'll find 34% earn over 100,000 a year.
So that ain't a lot.
That's not necessarily each individual
Right.
person.
No, you're
that's a
right.
household.
There's a
Yeah.
huge
You
difference.
ain't
there
kidding,
is.
man.
There is.
Man, oh man.
Could you tell me if you were making $230,000? I think you're living fat.
I would have thought so.
You
too.
have no problems unless you're like so over your head.
And look, as we have these conversations with people, maybe that $235,000 is being brought up by more expensive
Mm-hmm.
places because as expensive as the housing market has gotten in Rochester, it is still cheap compared to 90%
Yeah, you're
of
in a
the rest of
better
the places
situation.
Yeah, in America. So maybe we're catching the lower end of this, which is great. There is a place where it gets a little scarier.
What's that?
And I'm not trying to scare people.
No.
I find this interesting.
That's Channel 10's job.
We can call Berkeley in
Oh,
here.
he's right there.
And he'll just yell numbers at you.
Yeah.
They break it down by hourly wage.
Oh, okay.
What hourly wage you'd have to make to not live paycheck to paycheck in America right now. Are you ready?
All right.
The average American would need to make over $40 an hour.
Okay.
Let me say that again. To live comfortably, not be rich,
Mm-hmm.
you would have to make $40 an hour.
All right.
What jobs pay $40 an hour?
Plumbers,
Is it like not overtime? I'm talking straight up. Plumbers make $40 an hour?
I would think. I would think most guys, trades guys, probably make
$40 an hour
40 to 50
in labor?
I mean, I think if you're an established guy and as a plumber, I would think
How many plumbers you know
2,
that you talk to?
kind of 2.
None. None.
No,
plumbers.
we got our boy.
Yeah, but
And
you've
then-
never asked him what does it cost, and you know he like helps you out, you bitch, because he thinks, oh, Thomas, every money doesn't even own a house. I'll go help out this poor little
And I know
guy."
one other guy, and he's Italian.
What does that have to do with
That's a plumber, bro. Italians know pipes.
So some of the jobs that Indeed lists is making $40
$40 an
an
hour?
hour.
Okay.
Lawyer.
Lawyer, okay.
Different types of engineers.
Okay.
Web developers.
These are above or at?
This is at 40, you said?
40 or more.
I don't hear plumber so far.
Application developer. Speech pathologist.
Okay.
A lot of web design, or not web design, software developer, nurse,
Human plumber,
veterinarian,
Human plumber.
dog plumber.
physical therapist,
Plumb that one, dick.
physician.
Okay. Yeah. So I
Yeah.
mean, those are all like
Jobs that you would think
Yeah.
would. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't. I can only compare it to what minimum wage is right now. Right.
What is it, 15?
$15 an
Or
hour in New
almost.
York State, right
Yeah.
around there. So like there's no effing way.
So everybody's broke.
So what it sound well, except for Mike and the other guy that just called us. They're nailing it.
Gun guy, gunvelope guy.
Gunvelope. You know what? That would be a great way. That's our $1 million idea.
What?
Right.
Do you want to buy a gun, but you don't want to go in a hawk? Buy our gunvelope, and it's in the shape of a gun.
And you
Yeah.
save, you put money in
Put
it.
money in the gun, and then when the gunvelope is loaded,
The
you
money
then get
comes
your-
out the barrel.
Yeah, all right. There's our $1 million idea, bro. We would sell a fortune in gunvelopes,
The break room gunvelope.
and then we could live comfortably.
Yeah.
$40 an hour on gunvelopes. All right, let's take a break. There is a story that got very scary for a short period of time yesterday morning because a woman who's originally from our area went missing
Yes.
down in Florida. Now, she's okay. We'll tell you right up front. She's all good.
Fantastic.
But what's interesting is, now we don't know what the family was worried about, but
Yeah.
she was missing for such a short period of time,
Yeah.
at least according to the story. It's possible she just didn't call someone back.
Yeah.
We'll get into the whole thing next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's official.
What's that?
There is a time limit you have with your friends, your family, where if they don't hear from you, they're going to call the cops.
Yeah.
But it seems with how easy it is to connect to everybody now, that time limit has gotten ridiculously small.
Oh, really?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. And we'll start this story with a thank goodness everything worked out story that showed up early yesterday morning.
What happened?
Well, around 9 o'clock, we found out that a woman from Fairport, who now lives in Miami, had gone missing.
Okay.
She's 27 years old. And the story went out that she had been apparently out the night before, and they were now searching for her.
Yeah.
Police were involved. Just about an hour after that story broke, we found out that she called her family and everything was fine.
Oh, thank God.
Thank goodness everyone is cool. Now, we don't know any of the details here.
Yeah.
And frankly, it's none of our business.
Yeah.
But this isn't the first story we've heard in the last couple of months where someone had been out of contact with their family for just a little while, where they showed up on the news as a missing person.
Okay.
How long, Tommy, would you have to be out of contact with your wife before she called the police to report you missing?
I mean, missing, like...
Well, yeah, I'm worried that he's been kidnapped or he's dead.
I would say that night. If I got up the air and I haven't walked in the door by 7 o'clock at night, 6 o'clock at night.
Oh, wow,
Wait,
7?
you go that long? She cares about you that little?
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say 7 is kind of early because like you could have gone out and met somebody for drinks or
But
something.
it's just not. It's out of the norm.
Yeah.
And I didn't contact her at all.
Okay.
Like by the time she would finally call the cops.
Yeah.
'Cause I figured she'd call you and Kimmy and that kind of stuff.
Sure.
Yeah, it wouldn't be long.
All right, so that would be 9 hours. You would have to be out of contact with your wife 9 hours before she called to report you as a missing person. Kimmy, how long would you have to be out of contact with your husband before he called to report you as a missing person?
Because y'all work different shifts, too.
I mean, I would think, I would think like if it's past the time where, you know, like if let's say I went out with friends, it's past the time where like bars would have closed, like I would think he would be concerned.
So you're
enough
saying
to call.
so you get off the air at 10, 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
That would be
because that would be so unusual.
16 hours?
Yeah.
So 16 hours, he would then call the cops reporting you're missing. Now, I understand the logic behind both of those things make perfect sense.
Yeah.
But you guys do realize how ridiculously small amount of time.
No, it is.
9 and 16 hours is to report you as missing.
Because it used to be a set time, I thought.
No,
like,
that was always made up.
Really?
Yes. It was always like you have to wait 48 hours to. No, there was
I
always.
think if there's enough concern there.
Because that was the TV show,
Yeah,
48
no,
hours.
yeah, no,
that was a lie?
They made that up.
God damn it. I love that show.
I also think, don't you think it differs between age of
Oh, yeah.
person, gender? You know what I mean? Because I think you may definitely call quicker for a woman not showing up at
Yeah.
home than you would a dude.
And age.
Okay, no, I understand. So you're saying the older, the more concerned.
When you said 27 Miami and missing, I went automatically bad.
Really?
Yes.
Because you assume that she's out having fun and then something
And
went
got into some
terribly
trouble
wrong.
or
Okay.
somebody grabbed her.
And
You know, it was
somebody-
especially in a town like that. Yeah.
And didn't keep in contact
Bro.
with a friend.
It's Miami.
Bro, you
Home to the cocaine cowboys.
Yeah, except that she's totally fine. She was totally fine the whole
I
time. as far as we
understand.
know.
I understand.
He's just being over precautious, that's all. I mean, when it comes to kids, too, it gets even more tighter, it seems.
yeah.
Because we see stories. Now, there was one that happened recently. A girl from Brighton, happened yesterday. A girl from Brighton was found in New York City. She's safe, thank God. But there's other stories we see, too, where an Amber Alert will go out, and just an hour or two later, the Amber Alert disappears,
Yeah.
right? And I'm always curious, how long did they lose contact with that kid where they decided they had to call? And, like, how long would I not have to hear from my daughters where I'm going to start to make a call to police?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I'm at the point now where my kids, I could track them anywhere they go as long as they have their phones with them, so I don't have to rely on something like that.
But if that phone's not moving and she's not answering you for whatever reason.
You're freaking out.
Yeah. I don't think would take you that long.
I think I'm going to the phone first before I'm calling the cops.
Oh,
It's
like
when
you
I
would drive to where
yeah.
the phone is located.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Without question. So, like, you know, you sit here and you go, this is all a ridiculous short amount of time and we're losing our privacy and maybe this is overreaction. But then you think about the people that you care about in your life and maybe it's not.
All right.
I don't know what the appropriate reaction is
I
supposed
think
to be.
I think you got to know that person. Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of know their schedule and their habits.
Okay.
It would make sense. You know what I mean?
But there is a negative to this.
Overreacting, you think?
Well, I mean, I don't even know if what we're describing is overreacting because the logic you use, because like if your wife didn't contact you till 7 o'clock at night, you would be worried.
Right.
You would call the cops. Same thing with your husband, Kimmy. Like, I wouldn't consider that an overreaction. I would consider you using logic of her schedule to make sure that she's okay.
Yeah.
The negative to this, however, is we talk about this 27-year-old woman originally from Fairport who went missing Monday night in Miami. She was only gone, it seems, for just a couple of hours. We found out yesterday, like 8 in the morning, she had been missing. By 9, she had called her family. Everything's fine. It does mean you're not allowed to unplug from anyone anymore.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Right? Like, you have to answer every call and every text, or at least do it within a timely period, no matter what you're doing, or risk having the cops called.
Yeah. If you're out, yeah.
And I always wonder, too, like there was a time.
There was a time.
Thank you, Tommy, where if your dad or my dad or Kimmy, your parents got in an argument.
Storm off.
And they're gone until they come home.
Yeah.
Unless you knew where they went and could call the home phone. They're gone.
But how does that work now? Like, let's say I get in a massive argument with my wife.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm leaving. It's like 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
I'm gone. And I don't come home, and I don't reach out to her, answer any text or calls. How long do I have before she's calling someone to make sure I'm okay?
Have you left at night?
I leave at 8 o'clock at night. I ain't coming home.
Pissed off.
Yeah, I can't sleep.
Oh,
next
I
to
would
you
guess. Like, I
How
guess if you
dare you?
If you left after a fight and you weren't responding, I would assume you went to sleep at a buddy's house or your brother's house.
You came
or something.
here, maybe.
Like so right away, if you didn't come home that night, I may just assume like you're still cooling off. You're still pissed, especially if you leave in that way.
So how long until you're calling on your husband?
I mean, if he's not speaking to me until like the next day and there's still nothing, like you're not answering, you're not calling,
nothing at all.
That's when I'm probably going to start to get concerned.
Okay, so when you call
Been 24 hours.
Are you waiting 24, 48? Is it 48 hours? The old, according to
Okay,
Tommy, missing person
here's
rule?
what I'd start to call like his buddies, see if anybody's heard. If nobody's heard from
By the
him,
way, all of his buddies have changed your name to that bitch in their phone at that point.
if nobody's heard from him, that's when I'm like, okay, something's wrong.
Okay.
Because I can't even locate him right now.
Because I'm at that age now where I think my wife's going to get concerned anytime I leave the house. Because I'm at that age where I could go out for a walk, and you may not find me till spring.
Medical reasons, is what you're saying.
I got confused.
And you're always walking next to a long body of water.
Tried to pet a deer and walked off into the woods, fell in a ravine. You know what I mean? Because you always see that every once in a while. We're looking for so-and-so. He's 5'5", he used to work on the radio, and he has dementia.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. And, like, here's the thing. Like, you bring up dementia. Terrible. You watch your mother go through it.
Right. But every once in a while, you see the guy drove off in the car, and I can't find him.
And those are sometimes also the first signs that somebody's suffering from something like that.
Right, you get confused.
You don't know
Yes,
yet. Yeah.
you wouldn't know, and all of a sudden they go missing. I don't know, man. Like, running that scenario through my head where my wife and I get in a fight, she leaves for the night. I wouldn't know when I'm supposed to call the cops because my wife and I are both very stubborn, right? And if we think one of us is right, we're not going to reach out to the other one until everything is smoothed over.
Yeah.
I could see my wife going 24 hours not wanting to talk to me to prove a point.
Yeah.
But I would also be worried. But if I call the cops, hey, we got in a fight and my wife won't talk to me, so I don't know if she's not being unsafe or if she just thinks I'm a dick. Could you help me out, please?
Yeah.
I guess, though, it's better you call the cops than another family member do it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, let's say you call your wife's sister, something like, hey, is she with you? I don't know where she is. I'm looking for her. You hang up and you continue to look for her on her own while her sister calls the police right away.
Well,
I think it looks bad for you, right?
Yeah, there's so much more pressure on a husband looking for his wife. Because they're going to go, why isn't he calling? Why didn't he find her? What's going on with it? Because if he storms up, he's a jerk. Good. Let him go. Let him think about it.
You're not wrong about that.
Let him get scared. Let him come back crawling back. Like they don't care if a dude leaves the house.
They do care.
In a fight, you've got to fight with your old lady and you split.
Yeah.
Hey, let him. You know what? He runs his mouth all the time. Let him think about it.
It's weird how my wife and her sister sound like your dad.
But you know what, right? Nobody cares about a guy.
Nobody cares about a guy.
You have to be 77 and in your car with dementia, then they care about you.
Kimmy, now that you bring that up, I would even be afraid to call my sister-in-law.
But if you're looking for her, that's a place she could
Oh, 'cause
be
you're
if they
gonna- 'cause
live
she's gonna take
locally,
sides.
right?
Well, of course she's going to take her
What did you say?
She's going to take her sister's side, but that's just it. I'm
But
also...
that may be the first place she goes. That may be the call you
But I
have
don't
to
want to
make.
hear it.
And I don't want my sister-in-law to know that we're having these fights.
But
like,
then
right?
how do
Like,
you look for her?
I don't know.
And sister-in-laws do nothing but point out the obvious. That's all they're good for. That's all. Well, you know what? I know what I did, man. I got that part of it. I got that I'm in trouble. I don't need you to
Okay.
over-explain it.
But at that point, wouldn't you be relieved that she's at her sister-in-law's?
Well, I would be
You
relieved
were
until I
looking
found
for?
out she was there. And it's like, oh, you go there. You go there. You tell her
Sure.
everything that happened. Is that what you're going to do? Well, I'm going to call my brother. Oh, you side with her too? Well, you know what? Nobody. Everybody sucks.
Yes.
We'll come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF. It's going to be Rabaroo.
The old hump day Rabaroo.
For a Wednesday break room.
Buddy.
God damn it.
Pump fake buddy.
There's one thing I ask,
We
man.
do the buddy in the beginning.
Yeah.
How do you do the buddy at the beginning?
Every morning when we turn the mics
Oh,
on.
that. Yeah. Well, you like to end with a buddy, too.
Okay, all right.
Well, we're not buddies.
This show is a disaster. I ask one thing just to be smooth. Can we just run it smooth? That's all I ask for.
I got
and you got to take that from me.
Not so fast, buddy.
Okay. Tomorrow's a Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, I think we already started. Bitching it out.
A little bit.
Buddy.
We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. Also, I want to talk about a Facebook message we got from a guy named Yank.
Yank?
Yank.
What's a Yank's deal?
Yank has a daughter, and Yank's daughter wants to try a new sport. Now, we don't know how old Yank's daughter... Oh, no, I take it back. She's 10 years old. She's 10 years old. I'm looking at the Facebook message right now. And Yank is all about his daughter doing this because Yank did this when he was a kid.
All right.
However, his wife seems to be anxious about it, not only because this is traditionally a boys' sport, but also Yank believes that his wife wants a daughter that's sugar and spice and everything nice.
Oh, okay.
And that doing this would keep her from doing that.
Right.
So what's interesting about this is the sport that he wants his daughter to play, we did a little research, is actually the fastest growing girls' sport in America right now.
Oh, it's the hot new sport.
Yes.
All right.
And you're going to be shocked when you find out what that sport is.
Yeah.
But what I'm curious about with what is going on in Yank's house, and I will never forget this man for the rest of my life because his name is Yank. If this is something that happens with sons and daughters in other homes, because you have an idea of what you want your kid to be when they're babies.
Yes.
And if their activities or what they want to play differentiates from that,
Oh, yeah.
do you try to stop it?
Good luck.
Well, I mean, you can just tell the kid you're not doing it.
Yeah, but it doesn't encourage them to do the things you want them to do.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
And what's your motivation, too, right?
Well, it's purely selfish.
Yeah.
Purely selfish. Because, like, actually, Kimmy can relate to this because you played sports when you were a kid, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Right? Was your mother excited about you playing sports? Did she want a girly girl?
No, I don't think that was it at all.
Hope not.
Because my mom's not like a super girly girl. You know what I
she
mean?
is. Your mother's very feminine.
Calm down over there,
But
buddy.
but you're talking like
got that?
She's a good-looking feminine woman.
Super feminine.
Wouldn't you say her mother's feminine?
Oh, I'd say she's super feminine.
you could be feminine
The
and not.
feminist.
You could be feminine and not be a girly girl.
I'd give her
Yeah.
the vote any day of the week. What?
I said you could be feminine and not be a
No.
girly girl.
You can't.
Oh, please tell me more about being feminine.
No, look, if there's one guy who knows about being feminine, I would take his.
Yeah, you can't be some like you can't be like some big-handed, wide-knuckled feminine lady.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't,
Why?
man. You can't have big knuckles and be feminine.
But why can't you? Why would you have big knuckles from playing this?
I don't know.
You
I
shooting
don't know what
hoops
You
he's
and
think
stuff?
shooting basketballs gives you
Swinging
big
the
knuckles?
bat.
What?
Yeah, you can't be.
She's not a pipe fitter.
You can't have big hands and feet and be feminine woman.
Tell that to Paris Hilton.
Ooh.
Well,
That's
you
most
mock
models.
her. You constantly mock her feet.
That's most supermodels.
What are you talking about? Have I ever mocked Paris
You
Hilton's
pointed
feet?
at. You always point out oddities to me in women.
Well, no,
I always go, well, she's pretty.
I don't know
pretty-
where
No,
we
I'll
got
go
here.
like she's pretty good looking. Oh yeah, look at her neck. She's got wide. She's got long neck and big feet.
I have done that, but not about the feet thing. It's just weird because Paris Hilton is like size 14 feet. The point I'm getting
That's
at.
a weird thing to know.
Oh, I only know that because she played hockey and she needed specially made hockey skates.
She looks
All
like
right.
Kareem out there.
Don't I look? I know it.
This is a very random fact to know about Paris Hilton.
There you go. Anyway, what I'm getting at is this.
Yes, sir.
This mother, it seems, according to Yank, has an idea of what her kid should be.
Oh yeah, what a daughter would be.
Yes,
All right.
and how you handle that when both parents don't see eye to eye. And we'll get to
Gotcha.
that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who, do you consider yourself a girly girl?
No. I dress like a 14-year-old boy every day.
Look at you, Stockholm Syndrome herself into saying these things about
The
herself.
only thing that's missing from her outfits is a skateboard.
He's not wrong.
For Tommy Muley, the most feminine person in this room. You want to check your nails one more time? Or?
No, I trimmed them this morning actually.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.